I am calling the meeting to order, the bill paying meeting to order, it being 6:44, there being a technical glitch earlier. And I'm going to make the usual note. Maine Township is committed to both to open, transparent government and stopping the spread of COVID-19. To facilitate this regular board meeting is held electronically but equally transparently. We encourage the public to participate in our meeting electronically by joining our Zoom meeting. The link is available on the website, and right now I am going to start bill review. Aisha, can you take the roll?
Supervisor Moresk?
Here.
Trustee Jones?
Here.
Trustee McKenzie?
Here.
Trustee Carabota?
Here.
Trustee Sweeney?
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, so Denise, do you have Denise in your waiting room?
No.
All right,
With a
I'll get
Gabe and a
Denise
Kristen.
while you guys start. I've already reviewed, as I'm sure. Okay, so let me get Denise.
Claire, you did GA, right? So
I've done GA.
I'm going to start on the email that says Town Fund Bills number 6 PDF, which is the
Okay.
first one. Somebody can go to the next one.
I'll take 5.
You'll take 5.
Yeah.
Okay. So Tim, I'll just start the road and bridge from the top, the number 1 of road and bridge.
Okay,
Do you want to start number
do
2?
number 2. Okay,
Okay.
57.
While I have all you guys, there is no good time or good way to say this or tell you this, and it's awkward, but I just want you to know from me that Ryan had over a week of really bad headaches. We took him to the emergency room and they found a mass on his brain. He had brain surgery 2 weeks ago, and it's cancer. He has a brain tumor.
oh my God.
They did remove 95% of it. And so now we're waiting to see if he'll get accepted into a clinical trial at Northwestern.
Wow.
And
Jeez.
you know, we're hoping he does, but obviously it's going to be some kind of treatment, and I'm sure you know, it'll come up from time to time. So I just wanted to let you guys know why I didn't make the last meeting and why I've been kind of not really around very much.
Claire,
Sorry.
I'm really sorry. That
Very
is,
sorry to hear that, Claire. Is
yeah,
he feeling
this,
any better?
Yes, he's recovering very nicely, and today he was much better, but it's been pretty bad. Poor guy.
We're very sorry.
Well, he's in my prayers. I'm sure all of us.
Yes, mine as well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And
Every
as
day.
are you. And
is
your
he at
whole
home,
family.
Dal, or?
Yeah, the kids are all here. We're all together. That's the silver lining, but this COVID-19 was negatively impacted all of it too. Going to the hospital, the emergency room, getting the surgery, and he had to be by himself, so it was horrible.
Yeah.
Yes.
I can't even imagine. I know you had oh my God. I mean, we are the last people you should worry about right now. I mean, honestly. So, and I don't mean to denigrate us, but, you know, that's, you know, our thoughts, and, you know, my
Is
husband.
there anything you guys need, Claire?
Do you need me to bring you masks or food or?
Prayers. So we have the masks. We need some good luck to get into this clinical trial that his doctor would like him to be in. So
Yeah.
Well, you know, later on, text me the name of the doctor. At Northwestern. This isn't at Northwestern, right?
yes.
Okay.
So
In the
now it's
oncology.
being reviewed in a medical review board.
Okay,
I don't know if you know anything about that.
I do.
Okay. Yeah, it's in the Northwestern's medical review board, so he would be a participant in a clinical trial.
Well, so that's great that they're actually running a clinical trial at Northwestern, because I've been working with a client who had to go to Johns Hopkins for a clinical trial. So, wow. So, and also is in a place they could operate?
Yes, thank God.
That's
Yeah,
incredible.
really, that's a good point.
Yeah,
That's incredible.
How soon
Yeah,
do they start?
last
If
I
he gets-
talked
if
to
he gets
you,
in,
I
do
know
they
you
start
were-
it right away, Claire?
what was that?
If he gets in, do they start right away with them?
Yeah, his first
there a way to-
radiology is Thursday unless it changes, with this clinical trial, but he's got an appointment for Thursday.
with his own onco.
Yeah, his team, two of his doctors are part of the program, the clinical trial.
Good.
The radio oncologist is one of the two doctors that's in the program. So
Good.
he
What are
said
the two doctors' names?
his oncologist, the brain surgeon, no, the brain oncologist, his name is Dr. Stoop, Roger Stoop, S-T-U-P-P, at Northwestern, and he is the one who developed the current protocol. It's called the Stoop protocol, but he is saying that immunotherapy would be better for Ryan.
Yeah.
Ryan's kind of tumor than the chemo. So that's why he's recommending that he go into this clinical trial.
And so it's currently in medical board. I mean, I don't want to, translate your whole private, so that's all. I know if you have time, we'll talk later. But yeah, if you're in the medical board, that's good. I mean,
They said 50-50 chance.
does he fit all the qualifications?
Well, that's the thing. He also has a kidney mass, and they're going to wait on that. And he's got an immune system issue of long ago that hasn't done anything, recently, but they have to take all of that into account. So.
I know. Yeah. So like later on, if you can, because like the medical board, I had to do one of those, and sometime, the medical board, to my knowledge, is got two doctors and a civilian. So I don't know if, and with respect to accepting him, but we can talk, because I don't want to spread your information, but oh my God, all our thoughts. And seriously, if you need anything,
Thank you.
no, really, we'll drop off any.
Thank you.
And like you shouldn't have to cook, so.
My daughter-in-law and son have been doing most of that, so it's wonderful.
Wow, is that great? There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, there is a silver lining. They're here. We're all together. It's nice.
I'm really sorry.
We're still in shock.
Yeah.
I was in shock 2 weeks ago, but I thought it was, wow, I'm so sorry. Thank you for telling us.
Yeah, thank you.
But honestly, people really don't ask for help enough, and I really sincerely do mean that.
Yeah, thank you.
I have, I'll drop off, my and we'll make it work. Anything you need. So,
Thank you.
Yeah.
and I'm sure everybody on the board echoes that.
Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
And
Absolutely.
we're close to you, so.
Yeah, so it sucks. Just want to let you guys know.
I appreciate it. Don't worry about the meetings, honestly. This place will still be here. So thank you for letting us know, and like I said, I'll text you separately, and as Dave said, our thoughts are and prayers. Although that is, I know everybody says that, but we really mean it.
Yep, we do.
Yes, we do.
Yep, we do.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Rosary every day.
Well, I
It's
can't do that,
appreciated.
but I'll do the
Nothing
Jewish
like a night.
prayers.
There you go. That'll work.
Nothing like a
Right?
night.
We need all the help we can get. Trust me.
Right.
That's
One
right.
of my,
You get all the prayers.
That's
You know.
right. Coming
one of
your
my
way.
friends' sister is a nun in a retirement, and they do prayer groups. And I'll definitely give him the name to join that in the prayer group for you.
Oh, thank you.
Beautiful.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
she's very nice about that, and that's what they do. They pray. So
Despite me
It's
being
very
Jewish, I like
helpful.
candles for people. So I believe
The
that.
Jewish are good prayers too.
yes,
We
Whatever
are
works, I'll take it all.
yeah.
the oh God, I don't even know
I
how
know,
you're
I
this
know.
mean.
Yeah,
Quite
well,
frankly.
gotta
Right.
keep going, right?
Well,
Yeah.
and maybe it takes your mind, not like, tell us if you need to, whatever. Okay, does anybody, did I already take attendance? Did I do that?
Yeah,
Oh, I did. Okay.
yeah, we're working on our bills.
Okay, good.
Okay, I'll get back to it.
Great. I think they're somewhat straightforward, hopefully.
Laura, have our mainline vouchers, it looks like the volume's gone up quite a bit. Is that, I'm trying to figure out how that happened during this time in the pandemic, but I don't know.
I think that some of it is because there were some that had not been put in, if I'm recalling correctly, Denise, from November.
Yeah, they had an issue where some of them were lost and whatever. So this may be maybe that, but they should be dated on the.
Yeah, it should be dated so you
And
can
when
see.
they-
I
So I'm
don't
looking at the date of like check number 57729, and there's like 365 vouchers on that one check. The other one,
So what's the date?
so
Which
it's
trade?
for
Which
Niles.
company is it?
Pardon? Niles.
Okay, I'm gonna
Yeah,
pull
and
it.
the date of the check is dated, but there's no dates to the vouchers
Oh,
that I see here. Anyway, unless there's somewhere else that the voucher check.
well, it should be that it should be on the invoice.
Oh, I
Are
see
you
something
getting-
stuff. Yeah, I see one
Yeah.
for February. Okay, maybe that makes a little more sense.
Yeah, yeah.
It's well before
March.
the COVID started.
Yeah, that's
Right.
why I was like, this is 365 people.
Yeah, it did make sense.
And that's
if it
just
would've
on
been
this end, but then there's more, there's a lot more on displays, because that's a lot more. So, but overall, they seem to be growing.
Well, I think for a while they weren't sending them in correctly. So now we're probably seeing them coming in.
Well, one of the problems I was told is that there's certain cab companies in Niles and Displays that don't send them in correctly. So then we have to get it like sent back and
Austin's been working really hard on getting everything,
on fixing it
doing it
because
correctly.
it was
I think
left
I think it's
rather
finally resolving itself.
yeah. He's sent to all cab companies that participate a letter that you have to do it this way. So I don't think they've gone up in
I think it's just
Since
volume.
COVID.
I think it's just the volume.
The volume.
right, but I don't think it's after
Because
COVID.
even like there's
No,
40,
no.
45 in March for Park Ridge. Oh.
Is that
So
bad?
what do they, so when it's submitted,
What happens is they submit an invoice along with tickets. when the people go in and buy them, they get a ticket. And the ticket is what they give the cab driver. And they have to, when they send in their vouchers, they have to enclose those tickets. So
we
they
have
are
proof.
printed and matched.
The taxi driver, okay.
Yes, the taxi driver.
So you're
does.
giving them out in GA, right? Oh, no, you're not giving them out in G.
No,
Right,
the
clerk's
clerk's office sells them. The clerk's office sells them.
Okay. And then the criteria for which, when they buy it is,
They get tickets for how many they want. And then when they use them, they give them to the cab driver. The cab driver then gives them to the dispatcher.
yeah,
And
no, I'm
they're
asking about the
billing for-
criteria upon which you get it. I thought, wasn't there a qualification? It was
Yeah, they
$5.
have to be, I think it's low wage. There is criteria. The Aisha would probably be able to better mention that on what, I think they have to be like clients or something, don't they? Or ask it. The Aisha could probably answer that.
Well, actually, I just sell them and I get the application from GA, like Susan said, so. there is-
Yeah, so they have to
They
be
looked at-
within
yes.
the 350.
It has to be between Maine Township, they have to use it, right? The
Right,
Correct.
right.
only to the doctors or not.
Correct.
to the
It's only for
doctors,
correct.
yes. Stuff
And-
like this, so.
Right.
And then
Their
it's,
clients.
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Laura, just for clarification, do they have to be a client, a GA client as well? Or is it just, it could be Dr.
No, I have to ask Austin, and I don't think he's on this bill pay meeting. But no, I believe that they just need to be 350% of poverty level.
Yeah.
But I can double check all that for you. But
Yeah.
you're getting this glut because it had been done wrong by the cab companies.
Okay, because yeah, I see some of this stuff here is December 31st.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Most
Okay,
of
so
it.
does
is.
it differ? I would like to know the criteria because I thought the GA was 300% of poverty level. Is that
Well, it's
changed?
all listed on the website, but I'll send it to you. Should be listed under the Main Lines program.
Okay, because like in GA, I would love to have some links that you could click on, but I have to get that information, for the 300%.
From the website?
Yeah. It's not on the
Yeah.
website.
The Main Lines program? Yes, it is.
No, GA qualifications for things, for,
But there's different
Yeah.
qualifications for different things.
hey, I'm talking about for general assistance.
Right, but you were just talking for Main Lines. That's different.
Well, yeah, if it's different than that, I heard you say
It is.
350%. So GA's
No,
300 and
I'm
then
saying Main Lines,
Main Lines is 350.
separate- Main Lines is not.
no
It's a-
criteria.
No, I didn't say that. I said Main Lines is not that's on the advocacy side. So John Ulray runs that. And I'm sure John can, Austin can answer every single question. But I did review the ones that were, and I thought it better that we get accuracy from the cab drivers to ensure that nobody was messing around. I mean, with respect to not the seniors or the recipients, that nobody was messing around. And so a lot of them did not get put in. Most of them are going to be December and January.
We should be caught up, though. We should now be caught up, so. I think that-
Yeah, what's the total amount there?
Well, there's 605 for displays. There's 365.
No, I mean monetary.
That's I'm referring to monetary. Displays is
That's it?
$605. So that's
This is a good
Niles is 365.
Okay. That's
Park Ridge is 380, but I don't see Park Ridge Taxi, so I got to see what this falls under. That's Taxi 1. Yeah, so that's, Taxi 1 is Park Ridge. The guy signed it, Park Ridge and Des Plaines. But I'm just asking in general for criteria. So you're suggesting that I need to talk to Austin about it?
I'm suggesting that I will get you I'll have Austin get back to you without any problem.
Okay.
Kim, I'm on road and bridge number 4.
Oh, I should have told you. Let's see.
Yeah,
Which
I'm
one
on-
am I doing? I just
I'm on-
kept going. Okay, I think I'm on 3.
I'm
Okay,
on-
that's what I figured.
Wait, I'm on 2, 1, 3, 4, 6. So did you pick up?
Oh, that's what I just, okay, so that's, oh, no, that's the end of 3.
Yeah.
I
That's the end of-
started at 3, 1, 2, 1, 3, 4, 7.
Oh, okay. Oh, perfect.
Hey, Susan,
Okay.
I'm on Town Fund 4.
Okay. Okay, so he did 6, and then you did 5, and now you're on 4. So I'll go to 3 when I finish this then. I'll do Town Fund 3.
Okay. Okay.
I'm not done. I gotta look through this.
Oh, yeah. I'll let you know when I move.
So GA is done?
Yes.
Oh, that's good.
So I guess I'll do Town Fund 3 then?
Yeah,
Is
what?
that right?
That would be a good idea. Yeah.
Yep, that's good.
That'd be good.
Okay.
And then that's it?
Then we have 2 and 1 to go for Town Fund.
Oh, I thought Susan did part of town fund.
And
Yeah, I'm
6.
moving to 4. I'm on 6 still, so I'm moving to 4 after this.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm on 4, Susan.
Oh, I thought you, oh, I'm sorry.
And then,
Okay, Kim's on 3, I'll go to 2.
right.
So, okay.
So then Dave, are you gonna go to 1?
Yeah, then I'll go to 1.
Okay, and then that's it?
And that's it. That's it, Claire, because you did all the work on the other one.
Wasn't that hard?
Yeah, I looked at some GA too, so we double covered some of that. All right.
I do have one question on GA, but I'm gonna just finish this first. Okay.
Claire, do you want to start on 1 if you are like,
Can I ask my questions and then if,
yeah,
okay. So Denise,
Yes.
on the GA,
Mhm.
the check number 52639 to Heritage Village Holding LLC,
Okay.
it
Let me-
has January, February, and March rent. Do we always pay in arrears for the quarter?
You know what? We don't. What probably happened is it was a new client and they qualified for going back. I believe what I've learned before is that we can go back 18 months and pay something. So we can't now pay, we can't go back and put it in February because February is done. But we can go back, like I think it's 18 months. So what probably happened is that person came in and it took them a long time to qualify, but then they ended up qualifying. So they go back and they give them the rents that they were due.
Oh, okay. And
Also,
then-
that corresponds to our fiscal year, so that it gets put back, as Denise was saying, for January, February, March.
Okay. And then the first few checks, the description is COVID-19 emergency check. Is that just under the special program?
Yeah, they didn't have, I'm going to pull that up right now. And what is the check number?
52626 through 52636. I'm sorry, 37.
And what are those dates?
They were COVID rent for, I'm looking at this, wait.
I think they're incidentals, personal.
Yeah, no,
Correct.
so Claire, you weren't part
I
of that
raised the
meeting.
amount.
So that was the extra emergency check that Laura
Correct.
had called some people on, right, Laura?
Right.
And
We had
I-
TA called every single one of their clients to ask what they needed. They didn't
Right.
say, you know.
I had a question about that as well, because every one of those, I had gone through GA as well, and everyone but 2 of them were not on the regular personal essential, like, you know, the $80 that we give to the other GA clients. 2 of them were separate. So were they new clients?
yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
we got 2 new ones.
2 were
Correct.
new and the rest were, okay.
Correct.
So they didn't necessarily get, they shouldn't be counted towards just emergency, right? They should just be personal essential, because they didn't get $80 twice. Those 2 people
Well,
got it once.
they were new clients, so that when they became new clients, they had, I mean, without looking at what you're looking at, the new clients we had been taking on steadily new clients prior to COVID. So without looking at, and we can't really say the specific,
Well, my point is that they got paid once. The
Twice.
first 2 clients, 526, 26 and 27,
Mhm.
didn't get the 2 times a month. They just got it once. The other people.
yes, because remember we arranged for that they wouldn't have to come in. So
Yeah.
normally GA monitors people twice a month and has them come in for an appointment twice a month.
Yes.
The first of the month they get their money.
Right.
We have them come in the second time just to make sure, you know, but given that the township is still closed for any non-essential.
That's not my question about coming. I know that we accommodated them and they didn't have to come in twice a month. But what we did was we gave them an extra check that they wouldn't otherwise normally get for these people, right?
Yeah, the
Okay.
ones that needed it, yes.
Okay. So it was in addition to, so I had a question about that actually based on the code. When we give emergency financial assistance, that's once a year. So for those people that got that and got a second check for the personal essentials for the month, I literally read the code and it said under an emergency situation and a presidential, you know, emergency that we could provide general, well, there's 2 things. There's the emergency financial assistance, which you give once a year.
What?
No.
No.
No, we have an emergency assistance, which is a one-time, like if someone is a resident of Maine Township comes in and they have an emergency,
Right.
something happens.
That's
and
a
they can't
totally
pay their rent.
separate thing.
That's separate. So that only happens once in a while when they have and that goes under emergency assistance. It doesn't not go under rent. It's like, should be coded one-time emergency assistance.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's one time.
Right, and that is
No,
just
but
something
that's
not to say
different than the
But that's different
personal
than rent.
essential line item.
Okay, so this is separate. This comes under COVID, and this comes under that statute that the government we may give general assistance following the declaration from the President of the United States of a major disaster of emergency.
Well, and also me declaring a state of emergency.
Okay, so under that that emergency code that we put for COVID in our policy, which is 305 ALCS 5/6-9, it says that a local government may provide the household for food and temporary shelter. And then it says, but I mean, I just want to get clarification on this, so
I
maybe
have,
that an
ultimate
agreement to the
authority
government
as
for the
to,
amount of net,
what I would like to
excess
raise.
will, that it will be paid back.
I'm sorry. What are you at? What's the question?
The comment is that.
No, not a comment. What's the question?
I'm commenting on the code. So we
No,
can,
but
we can.
we're doing bill pay, so I'm confused.
Okay, you're confused. Okay.
No, I'm
In the
confused as to,
statute.
like, I don't necessarily, the comment. So under our declaration of emergency, and also I can raise the personal essentials actually, like as the head of GA, I have the authority to do that. But in any event, so we did it for those, I think it was 12 people. And it was within that period of time and of the week that I
Okay, so
had.
the question is then they don't have to pay this back. That's what I'm asking.
Who?
The recipients.
No.
No, but we are going to
Okay.
list it with our FEMA. We've applied and already been accepted for the
Okay.
FEMA reimbursement.
Okay, I just want to see what that code is then. Maybe you can get me that later, whatever, that's fine.
Which
I was going off this code that was sent to us. And, you know, it specified under a declaration of a disaster
right.
what would happen. And then it specified that a local government may provide things, shelter and whatnot, but then it has to be paid back. So I'm just getting clarification on that, so.
The
finish doing
paid
this.
back means that we are getting it back from FEMA.
A reimbursement
We're getting reimbursed.
for our COVID expenses.
Right.
That we incur.
All COVID expenses are being kept separately. We've already done the paperwork. It was due April 12th. We did the paperwork. We already have our number. And so the township will get reimbursed. Sean Morrison, all of the different representatives sent us. I mean, we already had gotten the FEMA sent to us anyways. So every government that was one of the reasons, as we said at the special meeting, that it was important to declare a state of emergency. Because then you get all of that. So,
Do we have a specified allotted amount or?
well, how would we know?
You mean, is there a
No,
cap? They
for
give us a
FEMA.
cap, is that what you're
No,
asking?
there's no cap.
Okay.
There's I mean, we like Vicky keeps all of those figures. Every department keeps those figures separately. So, for example, anything that has to do with, and that can be salary. I'm trying to get Carrie Lynn in here, so this is not really that complicated. And it is being done by pretty much every government. But so Sean Morrison very kindly sent me the link very early on, which was good because FEMA required it to be done like really quick. Not the total. You just had to do this that you intended to seek reimbursement.
Okay. So the reimbursement is going to come for anything that's itemized as a COVID-19 emergency.
Correct. And we've been very, very careful on keeping those. Every department has been instructed. We've had numerous department meetings. Every department keeps those items separate. And So,
Okay.
yeah.
All right,
May I
really-
ask another question?
Sure.
Maybe Denise might know. Okay, so for the refund for the emergency day is $500. That is check number 57696.
Okay, I'm pulling it up here.
And
By
if
the
it's
way,
a
real quick.
refund, I'm just confused. I just need it. I
Not
just
to
want to
interrupt you.
understand what that is.
But I'm done with 4. There's 3, 2, and 1. And remind me, is there any more?
I have 3. I think Kim is
No,
doing.
I did 3.
I'm
I'm
doing.
on 1.
Okay, so I'm done.
I finished with
Well, who
3.
did 2?
Wait a minute. I was doing 3. Oh my gosh.
No, you were doing 2, Susan. You
Okay.
were supposed to do 2.
Okay, I'm gonna get out of this then, because that's why I was asking these questions about this. Okay, I was doing 3 too.
Okay, I did
all right.
1.
But on the
I'm
emergency,
gonna take a little break.
this is on.
Susan, you want me to do 2?
Well, I can start doing 2 when I get done. So the refund for agency day, which was 57696, I just had a question about that.
Okay.
Why are we paying for it if it's a refund?
We received $2,000 in sponsorships. That was deposited in March. And then since we canceled it, we said we need to refund these people back. So so that's what those 4 checks for those 3 checks for 500, whatever, the checks for $500 are those refunds for money that we had already received prior to, postponing the event. We didn't want to hold the money and we weren't really sure when we were going to have it or what's, because of this. So that was refunds of money we'd already received and deposited.
Oh, okay.
So that money went into that account and it came out of the same account, so it's a wash.
Okay.
So Susan, I did 5. If I'm on 2 going from top down, if you can go bottom up.
Oh, all right, I'll go to the bottom. Sounds good.
Are we still on GA or do I need to move because I actually have, I'm going into the system and I'm able to I can look up stuff, so.
I think GA is done. Yeah.
No, that was town fund we were asking about.
Right, but I can answer that question from there. So I just want to make sure we're done with GA because I had it pulled up.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Claire, you had some question and, oh, did she leave? Sorry.
She's taking a break.
No problem.
Okay, I'm back in there now.
Wrong one. Oh my God, I'm on the wrong bill. I've got to do town fund. I'm on the wrong one.
Is it all kind of gelling?
Yeah.
I'm on 57683 coming down.
Keep going because I got into GA instead. Okay. I'll be there.
I'm gonna be gone.
Okay.
I mean, not gone.
Gone.
Hi, Catherine. I just,
Hi.
Denise,
yes.
is this charge for Comcast, is that unusual that it's $1,400? Or is
Nope,
that regular?
That's the
No, you have to
annual
understand me.
maintenance.
Yeah.
Pardon me?
That's the annual maintenance, the
No,
once
it's
a
a
year.
service from 4/1 to 4/30.
Yeah,
It's not being-
that's the annual maintenance.
It's 1 month though.
Correct. That's when
Well, you
they
said
do.
annual, so that sounds like a one-time. It's just for a month,
It
right?
is one time a year, annual.
Oh, so they charge it during that month for the whole year.
Correct, because
Okay.
it's the beginning of the fiscal year.
Okay, I gotcha. Okay, Dave, I'm up to 57689.
I'm at 686. Passing that.
576. Oh,
So
no.
Take it to 687, Susan, and we're done.
Actually, 57690. Okay, behavioral. 500.
Looks like we're gonna be right on time.
Yeah.
Does on the center of concern check, is there any backup to that, or is it just?
There was probably a bunch of pages. Maybe they just didn't send
Hold on,
everything.
let's see.
They
Maybe.
always have backup.
Okay, maybe
There should be backup on there. Yeah, they don't pay it unless they have the backup. What number is that?
57688. I guess it's just hard to read this. but-
Yeah.
And last one is, oh, okay, this is just the doctor. Okay, I'm done. Mm.
Did she say you guys they're done?
Hmm?
Did they say
I
they're
don't
done?
know. Are they all done? I didn't. I just got back from printing a few things.
It's, Susan was finishing up the last.
I finished.
Yeah,
She
check.
finished, okay.
We're done.
We're done? All right.
So this is officially ending the bill pay portion of this. What day are we on?
28.
Thank you. April 28th.
Denise.
Regular board meeting. And we will be starting a new meeting for the regular meeting. Okay. See you in a minute. It being 7:43 on April 28th, 2020, I'm calling the regular April board meeting to order for Maine Township. And I would like to again reiterate our note that Maine Township is committed both to open, transparent government and to stopping the spread of COVID-19. To facilitate this, This regular board meeting will be held electronically, but equally transparently. And we encourage the public to participate in our meeting by joining at the links we provided, and also through our website. So, having called the meeting to order, can everybody, Clerk Gilamis, Clerk Gilamis, can you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Certainly. Here we go. All right. I pledge allegiance
Pledge
To
allegiance
the
to
flag
the
The flag
flag
of the
of
United
the
States of
United
America, to the republic
for which it
which
stands,
stands
one
nation
one nation,
under God,
under God,
indivisible,
indivisible, with
liberty
liberty,
and
and
justice.
justice
and
for all.
justice for all.
Rich, can you admit Susie? Because every time I admit, it shows for being gone. So not sure why that's happening.
She's here.
Oh, well, okay. Then, all right, never mind. Oh, so, Keisha, can you call the roll call? Keisha, none of
I can
us.
do it.
I'm gonna
It'll be
speak
easier,
on
I think.
behalf. We can't hear you.
I'll do it.
Okay.
Okay, we have Highway Commissioner Kazmierczak is present, Assessor Moylan Cry
Yes.
present, Clerk Gialamas present, Supervisor Marask,
Here.
Trustee Jones,
Here.
Trustee McKenzie,
Here.
Trustee Carabota,
Here.
Trustee Sweeney.
Here.
Okay. Our first order of business, so that we don't have to keep her waiting for 2 hours, is a brief presentation by Catherine Sabara, our health insurance broker, who has done an unbelievable yeoman's job in the last 72 well, in the last month, but really in the last 72 hours, working until midnight to get us an amazing rate reduction. So, having said that, I'm going to, I believe you all got emailed packet about this. And keep in mind, this is not a vote. This is a presentation. So,
Okay. Hi, Catherine.
Hi, everyone. Thank you.
Hello.
Thank you, Laura. Thanks.
thank you.
Yeah, Things were kind of crazy
Catherine.
today. Yeah, they were crazy today, going back and forth with Blue Cross a million times last minute, of course. But we get this delivered like on the 21st, then we start negotiation. There's a lot of things that I tried to get done quickly before this meeting. So our original, you'll see on page 2 of your packet, your insurance employee benefit packet, the actual renewal that was delivered. This is the original renewal that they first came out with an 8.15% increase. And, you know, as they usually do, they list the high claims here. There were more claims actually, but they didn't make this renewal. So we actually took those off because they didn't get into the risk of this renewal. But we got a revised renewal. So, and that actually brought it down to 5%. However, I asked for even more when they gave us that. I said, can you do a little better, please? Because, you know, we have some competitive rates from Humana and UHC. So if you could do a little better, we'd appreciate that. So they came back today afternoon and said, okay, this is the best we can do. And we got the renewal all the way down to 2.9%, which is the page of your packet.
Did we get an email? Because I haven't received it yet. I don't know if it's.
Yeah, it came through 6:02 p.m.
Okay,
Yes.
so for some reason I'm not
Dana.
getting my emails.
I sent it about,
Oh, I got it. From Dana?
right about an hour and a half ago, maybe, or 2 hours ago.
Yeah,
From
6:02
Dana, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I sent it, yeah.
Okay, I got it.
Okay.
Thank
So
you,
the
Dana.
highlights, hang on. The
Yeah.
highlights are on is, well, I didn't print out your new packet, but I'm assuming it's still page 7.
Page 7.
So yes, if
Yeah,
you want
the
to go,
overall, bullet points.
it's actually page 9.
Okay.
The pages aren't numbered, so, and I moved them. Could you just hold up what your, or we could
Yes,
do a
I
screen
will hold
share?
it up.
Okay. Well, yeah, I didn't print it out. Usually I screen share, but I know we're not doing that.
No,
So
we're definitely not.
Is it this
Are
one?
you kidding me? No.
okay.
This one,
Wait a
Maine
minute.
Township,
Go to the Maine Township 2020 medical
2020 dental.
report.
Mine is not, okay.
Guys, renewal.
So I'm gonna recap this. We had Catherine price out, Humana and United Healthcare gave teaser rates, as they are called, and that was before underwriting. Okay. And so I know that United Healthcare had responded to Catherine's request for immediate underwriting and had come back on Friday with rates that were not a savings. Now, a couple of things that you'll see there, moving to any other carrier prevents any trustee from being on this health insurance. So that's bullet point 1. Bullet point 2 is that normally, like last year, so on our budget, we had budgeted, and I believe Claire had asked us to get it down. We got it down now to 2.5. What is the number?
2.9.
2.9. Okay.
2.90, yeah.
So we had budgeted 10%, right?
10%, yeah.
So this in combination then with the switching dental and switching life is what Catherine is going to briefly cover, but those are the bullet points that you should be looking at. Also, Catherine did not get, unless it happened when I was not available today, did you get any response from Humana?
No.
Okay.
And honestly, I really don't. They're very slow, and they could decline to quote. United Healthcare actually obviously came back with none of that savings, so that they had shown previously. Humana just has not responded yet.
So when United Healthcare originally showed on your chart that it would be this enormous savings of 34%,
I think the previous was.
Right. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Their real underwriting was not even remotely close.
Right, it's in the packet. It's all gone. The savings is gone. There is no savings to go there.
Correct.
So it's actually.
I'm sorry, I'm not following. What is gone?
So when they come out, give us rates, they give us teaser rates. They're not based on any risk at all. They're just really based on, they're based on the ages of the population, the zip code areas they live in. That's it. No health risk when they first come out with the rates. So that shows us, just like you see in the packet with Humana is showing what, a 36%, maybe, right. Yeah. And United Healthcare was at 34 with just that.
Well,
But then when they go back and look at the health risk, right, all I had to do was really give them the renewal and some other information. And I asked United Healthcare and Humana to please give this information to me as quickly as possible, because we were having this board meeting. So if they could give us underwritten rates, that would be really helpful. So UHC did that, and they got them to me in time for this meeting, but the savings is gone. It went from 34 to an increase of 0.38%. So there's no savings. Humana did not respond yet.
Wait, so UHC's rates went up?
Yeah, the savings is gone, and instead it would be a 0.38% increase to go to UHC from your current.
Wait, I'm sorry. I just muted. Hang on. I gotta unmute.
Plan.
I'm sorry. I missed that. Can you repeat your question, Claire?
What did UHC quote on? The same type of plan or
Yeah,
a
the
high
exact,
deductible plan?
no, the exact plans that you see in the spreadsheet here, which I took that were closest to the comparables to that are in place right now. And so that's what they quoted. I mean, they give us rates for everything, but there's a 0.38% increase from current to comparable plans that are in place now.
Okay, do you include high deductible plans?
Not with the additional carriers, I didn't, because we were just trying to at least get rates back to see if there was any savings left. So
Well, we were trying to get a quote, period, because they can decline to quote like Humana seems to be doing. So her original was to just get a quote based on our, they looked at what Blue Cross looked at. So I mean, she certainly can do that. I mean, we're not voting on this. She can do that if you want. But I think that Catherine would recommend, well, I'll let Catherine. That's on her recommendation.
I mean, I could show you guys any plans you want. It's just that out of the gate we usually do comparables to what the coverage is in place, just to see where the carrier's at on pricing. So,
well, we were really amazed that we started out. I mean, when you think of, amazed. Catherine did great getting us at 8.5 or 1.5, and then to get it down to 2 point. I'm sorry, I was out of these discussions.
5 points.
it went from 8.15, that's what was delivered, and I actually gave them competitive marketing even before they gave me the renewal to try to get them good out of the gate. Then they brought it down to 5 with some negotiation, and then I went back again and said, you know what, I really need you to do better. I'm having the board meeting, please give me the best that you can do. And today he sent me, I can take you down to 2.9. That's the best we can do.
And then can you talk a little bit about the dental savings?
Yeah, how we get to the 48,000.
So of course, so on the dental, obviously for many, many years, the township's been self-funding the dental. So in 2019, the claims were pretty high. They were 40,717. So every year we also market this on a fully insured basis. And so fully insured, if the township were to provide the same level of benefit to everybody, $1,600 annually like they have now, however, there would be a network. We do have a network now to Cigna, and no one's forced to use it. You can have in or out of network benefit. You can have it with this plan too as well, MetLife, but it's a fully insured plan, meaning that you pay the annual premium of $28,125. Everyone gets the same benefit. Obviously, they're using a MetLife network, which is larger than Cigna instead of the Cigna network, but they still can get benefit in or out of network. It's not an in-network only plan. Obviously, it's paid differently, just like the current arrangement. So the savings on that ends up being $12,591.92 annually to go to a fully insured dental plan with MetLife. And then we also saved on the life that is employer.
Hang on, for the dental, I just want to make sure everybody gets this. So there would be no more having to submit claims. There would be nothing that we were doing before. It's a set $14,000 or so per year, covering $1,600 per eligible member, which is hell of a lot better than the actuals of 40,000.
Right, it's 28,125.
I'm sorry, 28,000. 14,000 was yesterday.
Yeah,
they made a mistake.
And what is the employee pays on the premium then they're covered for 1,600, 100%? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Pardon me?
Yes,
Dental is employer paid and correct. Everybody gets $1,600 benefit, whether if you're enrolled as employee spouse, each of you gets $1,600. Doesn't matter how many children, doesn't matter how big the family, everybody gets $1,600 benefit.
but last year it went up, like people used it. The year before, nobody used it.
So
So,
what portion does the employee pay of the 1,600? They don't. The township covers that 100% in the past?
That's their
600.
dental benefit. That's actually their dental benefit, the $1,600 maximum annually. So if they have expenses over that, they would be paying for that. So if they had dental expenses that were
So that's
$2,000.
that's the policy coverage cap. It's a policy coverage cap, right?
correct, Dave. And that's always been the policy coverage cap. Like
Right.
that part, that piece isn't changing. That, you know, with Cigna, we had $1,600. But being self-insured, you know, we paid
You pay the actual claims. And now,
actual claim.
and now so you have all that going back and forth of, you know, what are the claims from the administrator, and then you pay them. And then this way, it doesn't matter if the claims are 100,000 next year, you're still just going to pay 28,125.
Correct.
And the plan document is matched. We matched the benefits. We gave them the plan document and said, this is what we need. This is what they have now.
Okay, so do you have this included in here on a certain page?
Yeah, it's on that same recap page. And
I have the
further,
recap. Do you have this broken out somewhere else?
yep.
So there's a dental illustration. If you look on page 10 of the packet, there's a dental illustration.
I don't know if I've got.
Yeah, you do. Carrier benefits, Cigna, it's titled Maine Township Dental Cost Analysis,
Okay.
June 1st, 2020.
There's 5 carriers that we showed on there that were marketed.
Okay, yeah, Maine Township 2020 dental. Yeah. Okay.
Correct.
Where's the dental?
Cost
Here.
analysis. So refresh my memory, what was the 600 then? I thought we had a 600.
No, there's no 600. It was 1,600.
So if you see in the first column, current Cigna, that's what is in place right now. And at the bottom of that column, you see 40,1764. I put that in there because it really doesn't make sense to put per tier, because that's not how you pay. You pay the actual claims.
Right.
So the total annual premium in that column really reflects the total claims for last year. And then if you go over 2 columns, you'll see MetLife, and that benefit is matching. So you have 180/50 plan in or out of network with a $1,600 maximum year benefit per person that's enrolled there. The benefits are matched exactly. The only thing that changes is the network that's used.
Right.
Yes.
What were the claims in 2018?
I would have to look those up. I would have to pull the claims.
The ones
I
that
believe the claims.
the claims of 2018 were 800,000, 260,000, 119,000 with.
No, that's medical, hon. That's
Oh, medical, I'm sorry, medical, that's correct. You're right,
Dental,
you're right.
I believe, was about 20.
Okay.
But that's my rough estimate on memory. So
Yeah, let's go back
it
and
jumped a lot last year. Like either everybody had bad teeth or, you know, whatever. So my question to Catherine yesterday was, how does this company make any money? Because to me, really is unbelievable that I mean, I thought that was a really good price, but, and also we had budgeted actual, so that cuts, you know, that proportion out of the.
Well, but to get to the $1,600 per person cap,
They pay, that's it, they're done.
I mean, you have to spend, or you have to incur a lot more than that to get the 1,600, don't you? I mean, when you're
Yeah.
self-insured, it's dollar for dollar, no matter where you go and what you have. Under a insurance policy, my experience with MetLife is that certain things are covered at a certain amount. So, I mean, I don't think you're comparing apples to apples.
Actually, she did. Well, you can speak, but she did. So it's the same thing like root canal, half price, right? Cover
Right. So it's
50%.
180/50, right? It's going to cover it at the same percentage level. Yes.
Yeah.
But there
Preventative is
was-
100 and basic
But
is,
when we're self-insured, didn't we just, whatever was spent, you got reimbursed for up to 1,600?
No, it still went by a schedule. There's still a plan document that we've always had in place, and it's still by that same schedule. So that's what's in the first column displayed is the current benefit, 180/50, 100 on preventative, 80% on basic, in or out of network, and 50% on major, up to that 1,600. And that has always been followed.
Okay.
and if you're out of net, if the dentist you chose is out of network, would it?
Doesn't matter.
You can still get coverage currently, or with, so we threw Cigna in there for the convenience of some people who, if they, we did that in, I don't know, the last maybe 3, 4, or 5 years, I don't know, but that was for people who their providers were in Cigna. They were obviously getting more benefit because it was lasting longer because they were getting greater discounts, right? So with this one, MetLife would be the network. MetLife network is bigger than the Cigna network for dental. And so there shouldn't be a problem, but even if they have to go out of that network, they're still going to have coverage.
And what is that amount?
It's the
what
same.
if there's no?
It's the same, $1,600, right?
It's the same, so it's 180/50, okay? And the 1,600 doesn't change. Nothing changes. It's exactly like the plan in place now. So, I mean, even like now, the difference dollar-wise is going to be, once that claim is experienced out of network, the difference is going to be what's paid on that. So I guess you could look at it like this. So someone goes out of network today, presently, right, and has a claim for, let's say, $500. It's paid at $500 on your current plan. What's going to be a little different on the new plan is that claim's still going to be paid on an out-of-network basis, but it's going to be paid according to the schedule, right? So if that dentist is charging exorbitant fees and they charge $1,000 for something that's normally $500, that difference could come from the employee. However, on the current plan, obviously you're getting more benefit if you're still getting more benefit if you use an in-network provider because of the discounts. So it kind of works out the same in the end, but logistically, that's how it would work.
Yeah.
For cheaper.
For much less for the township, yes, with the claims that we experienced last year. Yes.
Correct.
And the premium could be passed on to the employee or not, or whatever, because there's a $28,000 for the year we incur.
No,
So
that's one of the things.
It would change. It would be different rates. If you guys did not employer pay this, it would not be what we're looking at. We'd have to requote it because this is employer paid rates. So can you make this voluntary? Yes, but I would have to rerun everything because these are employer paid rates are always going to be less. As far as I know, it's been an employer paid benefit forever with the township. So that's how we ran it.
Well, it has, and also because it's $1,600. It's not like that. And we, until last year, we did incur $20,000, I believe, in 2018. Prior to that, maybe people were having bad teeth. I don't know. But, so, when you offer a full-time job with benefits, that's typically what benefits, we'll get into some of that later with some of the consolidations we've done. And and changing some full-time jobs to part-time without benefits. But I mean, that's a philosophical thing.
So if you, let's take an example on that, just to clarification. So let's say for a year you've got a MetLife dentist, whether it's in or out of network, and they have teeth cleaning twice a year, whatever, and a root canal. So the root canal is $1,000, say. You're going to pay $500, half of that, 500 of
Correct.
that.
Yeah.
And then the teeth cleaning are paid at 100%. So for regardless of what they are, although if it's an out of network doctor, it might be 100% of, I think the terminology is the going rate or whatever, right?
So maximum
Mutual and
allowable
customary.
charge.
Pardon me?
Maximum allowable charge on this one that's quoted. So it's called MAC. It's maximum allowable charge.
Maximum allowable charge. So they have a certain amount that is going to be covered for, say, a teeth cleaning. You know, it would be whatever. It's $100.
So the maximum allowed charge is $300 for that. They go to a dentist, charge is $600. Yeah, that other $3 can be on them. Right. And just like now, if they go to a Cigna provider, their benefit's gonna get stretched a lot further, right? Because they're gonna get more for it. So, I mean. And as far as dental goes, a lot of employers do employer pay the dental. I know the vision is not an employer paid benefit, and typically a lot of times, you know, vision is offered voluntary, and that's also how we do it. So that's offered voluntary, but this is an employer paid.
Do you want to talk briefly about life insurance? Because we got to move on.
Okay, so the vision, we did have an increase, but again, that's employee paid. On the life insurance, we really don't have a renewal this year. However, MetLife is gonna show.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Can I remind everybody who isn't speaking to mute their background so that, okay. Because when I did it, I couldn't get anybody to speak. Okay, Catherine, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So anyway, we found a 58.18% reduction for the employer paid life that's offered right now to move to MetLife. While we don't have an increase with Lincoln this year, it doesn't increase until next year. My recommendation would be to package those up, the dental and the life, and move that, because you're going to save on the life, you're going to save another $4,158.34 for the year in annual premium by just moving it to Met and getting the exact same benefit.
Sounds good to me.
So that's why we recapped that at, you'll see the recap page is the last page in the packet. We actually recapped the rate relief provided. I know it was budgeted, I think it's 7%. So the difference on that to take it down to 2.9 is 32,000. The dental savings that we were able to get with MetLife is another 12,591.92. The life savings to move to MetLife is 4,157.34. So that's a total annual budgeted savings of 48,749.26. So we thought it might be helpful just to bullet point.
So Dave, that's where the number came from.
I got that. Thank you. I'm actually quite a little surprised there too.
You mean pleasantly, I hope.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, no, me too.
I don't see where the number is 48,000. You've got that on here, the last page?
Total annual budgeted savings.
Right.
Right.
You're looking at this cost analysis page, right? This?
No.
Very last page.
I must not have the right last page, but not the cost analysis.
It starts out, it's titled recap. The page is one page.
The recap, yeah.
Oh, back to the recap. Okay.
So adding together the medical, the dental, and the life.
Life. Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
That's terrific.
Yeah. And Catherine, I'm sorry, but I really, really did a yeoman's job here.
Good.
Unbelievable job, actually. I was, watching this happen today because we met yesterday, but I was out of pocket today. And when I saw the reduction further, so we owe that to, Catherine working at midnight last night to get this.
Yeah. Do you have your foot on someone's throat?
It
She really pushed.
just saying the right things. That's all to the carriers, Just takes a lot of practice, 18 years.
Well, and also the W know is better than the W don't. And the fact that Humana has not responded to you, I think Catherine, she told us, and I'm sure she'll tell you, she said they have the worst customer service. Well, why don't you just tell them?
Yeah. So we don't prefer to work with them. I honestly have hardly any clients there left. They're really bad with customer service. They're usually not very competitive. So I expect them, when they do finally respond, probably to decline the quote. But even if they don't, their plan designs are not very comparable. And like I said, their customer service is horrible. So I don't even really know how they're still in business, but
Medicare.
Yes. Thank you. Yes. Now Medicare could be a totally different story. But for group health, I don't like to really deal with them.
Does anybody have any further questions? All right, we are going to let Catherine move on.
Wait,
Thank
sorry,
you.
I couldn't hit my unmute
Trustee
button fast
McKenzie.
enough. I do want to see all of the same numbers that we asked you to do for us last year. I would like to see other types of plans. Just following up from last year's conversation and discussion, we're trying to move off of this grandfathered plan because of cost. And that's, at least I thought so. I would like to see it so that I'm assured that this is something that we should be doing again. It was very touch and go last year, so I don't want to just assume that we're going to do it again.
So we had thought you wanted Humana and United Healthcare priced out. So I'm sure Catherine doesn't have any problem.
I could definitely do that. I know that
Isn't that what, don't we have the Blue Cross Blue Shield different plans? We have the HSA here and the PPO.
Yeah, it's in
I
there.
thought we were going to talk about that.
Yes.
It's all in here because I'm sorry, I didn't see this before, so I don't have any idea what's in here.
That's because they didn't quote us until literally.
No, I know. It's not a.
No, I'm just saying, that's
criticism.
I assume that's what we're talking about tonight. I thought that was the primary thing we were going to talk about, the different options for Blue Cross.
Well, Blue Cross, everything's in there that you would ask for last year, Claire. It's all in there.
Thank you.
Yes. So, and if you see the most comparable plan to current, which actually it's not because there's more exposure in that plan than the current, but it's higher to go there. It's more premium. It's actually.
Which column are you talking about?
So if you look at the Blue Cross page, where it has the first two are the current, right? And then there's one stuck in the middle there. There's brown numbers where it says renewal. That one is actually a higher increase. 3.41 instead of 2.90. That seems a little odd because they're not as good of benefits. There's actually a lot more exposure in that plan. But the reason why it's higher is because the wellness benefit is richer, because like things like colonoscopy are covered where now they're not. Now if you have to have a colonoscopy on a wellness in the non-ACA compliant plan, which is grandfather, you pay $10 copay and you have to pay actually deductible for a colonoscopy. So that's how I make sense of what you're seeing there. Even though you're paying double for a physician visit in the replacement plan, you're paying $20 instead of $10. You see that? And then you're having exposure.
So what line item is that?
Well, I'm looking in the third column on the Blue Cross spread.
Uh-huh.
So if you look at that, you know, it's a 250 deductible versus a 500, but look, it's an 80% plan instead of a 90, meaning after you reach your deductible, you're going to pay 20% to get to your out of pocket, which is 1250 instead of 500. So you have your difference of 750 on an individual level, but for people who are enrolled other than individual, like family, they're going to have a 3750 out of pocket exposure instead of a 1500. But this is, I mean, the closest I can get with a lot more exposure. And the plan is you know, a higher increase than just going with the grandfathered, which is why
It's a higher increase?
it's a higher increase. So if you look at the bottom, it actually would cost you 3.41%, 34,136.52 to get out of the grandfather plan. It'd be less money to stay in the grandfather plan at the 2.9%.
Okay, I'm trying to.
Where does it show that? I can see.
Trying to keep up with you here.
I know, I'm too. I can see like the employee amount is, you know, 1,345 on the PPO.
So are you looking at, well, I don't see 13. Okay, so current, yeah, the current is 1345.73. The grandfather renewal is 1348.60. Is that what you're seeing?
Yes, and that's based on the 2.9.
Correct. So if you go all the way down to the bottom of that spreadsheet.
So that's all
So
2.9. So that was
2.9.
upgraded. Okay.
Correct.
Yes.
If you go over one column, two columns actually, it's 3.41% increase on the plan that would replace the grandfathered plan, not being apples to apples, but closest I could get.
Okay, so where's the premium on that then? The
So the
premium.
it would be 1,035,973.68. So if you,
Okay, wait, does it show?
yeah, it's down there. Look at combined annual premium.
Combined annual premium, okay.
That, okay, so look at that. It's, you should see 1,035,973.68. And what that is the two people that are on the HMO, because that wouldn't change. And then the rest of the people that are on the grandfathered are in that number on that plan instead of the grandfathered. And that's how I get the 1,035,973.
Okay, I'm sorry. So that's people being on a PPO and a grant?
That's people being on this PPO plan instead of the grandfathered, and the two people that are on the HMO. That's why it says combined.
And two people that are on the what?
There's two people on the HMO.
HMO.
They're included in that number.
Okay, so you're comparing the 1,035,000 versus the
1,030,000.
1,030,000 for the
Grandfather.
Cadillac plan that we have now.
That's, yeah.
Yeah, you go off the Cadillac plan, you will raise it $35.
By 5,000, by 5,000.
5,000, yeah.
I'm sorry,
It's
5.
not that much.
But there's no savings, so
Well, correct. There's no savings.
Unless you go over to the HSA, which gets
but we
down to 917.
can't do that.
Well, we're evaluating it, but I know that's
Not for next year.
I know. Well, isn't this a board discussion about our healthcare plan?
Well, it is, but I think it was like said even last year that HSA was not realistic by anybody's standards to move to next year, that we were trying to move possibly. I mean, I think Catherine can talk to
Well, I think the
HSA.
risk of not risk, but the expense of HSA gets in the prescription drug area.
Right.
Yeah.
Becomes a lot more
Right.
expensive. I
Yeah.
understand.
My son was on an HSA and it ended up costing excuse my language, shitload more than.
Yes,
Sorry.
that's the problem, is there's no RX coverage until you meet that deductible.
Right.
So unfortunately, if somebody's on an expensive medication, they have to meet $1,500. So they could actually go try to pick up a script. It could be, who knows, I don't know, $300, $500, $700. And you know, how will they pay for that?
Okay, Catherine, let me take a step back. Last year, our premium that we paid and agreed to, wasn't it 1,183,716?
Yeah.
On the
so-
Cadillac plan we currently have. How did this go down then to?
Because we lowered
30,892.
So you were at 1,000,000. 1,837.16.
I'm sorry. What was it again? 1 million?
You were at 1 million. It's in the first column. So if you look in the first column on combined annual premium, you'll see 1,001,837.16.
I thought it, okay. That's for
Okay,
sure,
guys.
right?
So
I thought it went to 1,000,001. That's positively right?
That number that you're looking at there, that's exactly right. Yes. You'll see that if you look in the previous pages, on the renewal pages, everything in this packet, you can cross-reference.
Okay, so you're talking about staying in the same Cadillac plan, privilege plan, whatever it is. It's the 29,000 more basically a year
Right. 29,000.
than what it was. And then it's an extra 5,000 to go to a PPO.
Actually, if you go to that PPO plan and get rid of the grandfathered plan, it actually would be $5,081.52 more with the additional exposure to the plan too. So all that needs to be taken into consideration is how it's going to change.
and
Explain how they're, so
wait, I'm sorry.
I know I
Trustees
talked
can't be
earlier
on
today
that
about
either,
this,
right?
but I think for purposes of the board, it would be helpful to understand. Like, I expected to see a bigger difference in a premium reduction, but it's not. Is it because there's more preventative?
Yes. So that's why I tried to explain that, because it really, you look at that and you say, how does this make sense? So the reason why is because the richer benefit is built into the preventative care part of this program. So even though the exposure is more than the current plan in many areas, like in out-of-pocket and co-pays and stuff like that, it's more if you switch this. But in the preventative care part, that is really a big difference in a benefit, because in wellness, for people to pay for colonoscopies toward deductible like they do now and have them covered at 100% in the new plan, that's where that plan is priced a little more expensively than the grandfather plan. It's mostly because of that benefit, because everything else is obviously a worse.
Where does that fit in? For example, the colonoscopy, that's under like hospital
preventative.
services?
So when,
Preventative care?
Yes, since healthcare reform, since ACA, that was supposed to be, that's now included, at 100%. So of course, according to the American Medical Association recommended ages. So once you're 50 and it's recommended that you have that. That's a very expensive procedure that right now is not covered at 100% for these people. They pay a $10 copay for their visit, and if that's their year to have that, they're paying their deductible and their out-of-pocket expense for that. In the new plan, any new plan, because of healthcare reform, that's covered at 100%. So there's different things in that preventative care benefit part of the plan that are actually richer off the grandfathered plan. That's where the additional cost comes in. But like you said, it's not that much more. It's $5,000, but it still covers them where they need to be actuarially with the plan to cover those certain kinds of things. Because, everywhere else in here you can see is not richer. It's more out of pocket for the employee to move to that plan. The one that's
And moving off this plan would allow, that's the only way a change can be made from currently the 95% reimbursement that we pay as a township and the employee pays 5%. We could change that to be more aligned with the market, something different than 95.5.
Right, but we expected to see some huge savings and we're not. So that was sort of due to Catherine's work and also to the lowered claims we had this year. Way lowered claims.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying, of the premium of $1,001,000, I mean, we basically pay 900 and
right, but here's
950,000 of that in the employee
prepared that no trustee, you have to get underwritten and no trustee can be on it. So those are prerequisites to moving.
A trustee can be on a non-grandfathered plan with Blue Cross Blue Shield.
I'm talking about what Claire had requested with Humana and
Healthcare.
United
I'm
Healthcare.
sorry if I gave the wrong impression. I was talking about Blue Cross Blue Shield the whole time. I mean, I'd like to see all the rates, but yeah, no, I think Blue Cross is.
Trying to see the
And
plan.
also, Catherine, is that true?
I'm sorry, what?
Is it true that if you moved off a grandfathered plan, a trustee that doesn't have a W-9 or W-2 can be on the plan?
Yes.
So
No, I'm asking Catherine, not you.
within Blue Cross, there's not a problem. It's
Okay.
you, because you guys are already there.
Okay. So if you can price that, so just so we're clear for what she needs to do, and then we got to get off this subject.
Yeah, I mean, if it was an 80-20 plan, that's 200,000 that.
It is an 80-20 plan.
No, we do 95.5 right now, but
No,
if we were
I'm
to
talking
get off
about-
of the privileged plan, a Cadillac plan, and move to another plan, we could have it more in line with market, which would be 80-20, and we in the township could save 200,000, roughly speaking.
Well,
That's an
that's your
option.
assessment, not hers.
What do you mean?
Well, she hasn't priced it.
It's right here. We just talked about it. It's a million,
I'm
1,000.
About
That's what it was last year. Right now, in this coming year, it's 1,030,000.
right.
And if we went to 1,035,000 and we had an 80-20, that's up to us to decide as a township board. We'd have that flexibility.
Right, but Claire wanted. Okay, so I thought you wanted more. Just tell her what you want, so we can get off the subject. Oh wait, you got to unmute
Muted.
yourself. There you
I
go.
just wanted to see the costs for the alternative plans. Since she's provided us the Blue Cross Blue Shield, if you can, you know, supplement with the other providers, that would be great. But I mean, I think this is very good information. But, you know, along the same lines as what Susan was explaining, the whole purpose was to get off of the township having the entire expense.
Yeah, right now we're paying 95%, which is a hefty amount. We pay 950,000 at least. And the employees pay the other 50. So we have more flexibility to shift that if we were to move it. I do have a question.
So maybe you can email Catherine.
No, I want to ask about the sheet here. So the second sheet, we were talking about there's another one that's got two current, you know, HMO, PPO current, non-grandfathered, HSA. So is this PPO plan that's in the center of the other spreadsheet, Catherine?
Mhm.
A different PPO? No, that's a.
No, it's all the same. So anything you look at that's Blue Cross in these spreadsheets is exactly the same thing I'm showing you every time. It's just that I'm showing it to either next to United Healthcare or next to Humana.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
And then the last question I have is, okay, so it's the same one.
It's the very same information on every one of those spreads. It's just either next to, it's by itself first, and then next to UHC.
So when you put underneath it and you say Blue Cross Blue Shield, Blue Cross non-grandfathered option, it's a renewal plan. Why do you call it a renewal plan for PPO and then also put grandfathered next to that? It's just a renewal plan for PPO.
That's the one that they would have normally replaced the grant. So when they first come out with renewals, they didn't do it this year because I gave them specific instructions to just price the grandfather plan and not automatically replace my plan. Because sometimes they do that on renewals. They'll just send you the renewal with a different plan in there. And then we have to go back and get grandfathered rates, and then it just delays everything. So to try to get to this point for this meeting, I asked them to give it to me out of the gate, along with all the pricing with the other plans. So they finally did that. So when I say that, and this is the closest I can get to the current plan benefits. So while it is a lot more exposure, which I'm sure you want to think about too, if you're going to have them pay more money how much more are they going to pay to use their plan too? This is the least exposure plan I can get, really. I
Okay,
mean,
so the word grandfathered in the PPO is put there under the blueprint, is just put there for,
that would be like a reference to, if you were going to replace that plan, this is the one that I thought, would be closest to be able to do that.
because it's closest to it.
Well,
Okay,
the most comparable, there is no apples to apples, so this
Yeah.
would be most comparable, yes.
okay. I mean, that's why, Claire, I think that that's what we kind of came up with last year when we were looking at this, was the PPO and then the HSA. As I recall, in looking at this, it's the prescription is what
Yeah.
makes it so much, I know, for the employee more expensive.
Yeah, that's what always makes it a problem for employers to do that, because unless you're helping them with that, like, let me just give you an example. If you were going to help them with that so that they could have the cash available, should they have a really expensive medication, and then, let's just say you were going to give everybody $1,000. When you look at that, you can't look at that like 35 enrolled. You have to look at that as 56. So you're talking about $56,000 really to reimburse if you're going to give everyone 1,000, because it's always maximum times 2, regardless of the tier, employee, spouse, child, or family. But for those people that are enrolled not as employee only, if you're going to make that reimbursement, you want to make it per enrolled. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? So obviously if they're employee only, maybe they'd get 1,000 or whatever you think about in terms of how you were thinking about that. But employee spouse, that would be a $2,000 reimbursement. Employee child, 3,000, and family, I'm sorry, 2,000. 2,000 is the max on an HSA. It doesn't go above 2 times deductible. So that could help them get through some of that expense, but now you're taking away 56,000 of that savings that you're looking at down there. So, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's worth it.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Catherine. We are going to move on.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you,
Very
Catherine.
much.
Thanks for all your hard work.
Good night.
Really.
Heal, feel
Thank
better.
you.
job.
Thanks. Good night.
You're welcome to
Bye,
watch
Catherine.
the rest of the meeting.
Bye.
Bye, doll.
Bye.
All
Thanks,
right.
Catherine.
Moving
Thank
on.
you. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on. I'm requesting an approval of the minutes of the March 23rd, 2020 special meeting.
Move to approve the special board. Okay. Move to approve the March 23rd special board meeting minutes.
Is there a second?
Second.
Having a motion and a
Second.
second. Okay. Is having a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none. Clerk Gialamas, can you call the roll?
Supervisor Marask,
Yes.
Trustee Jones,
Yes.
Trustee McKenzie,
Yes.
Trustee Carabota,
Yes.
Trustee Sweeney.
Yes.
I need a motion for approval of the minutes of the March 31st, 2020 bill pay review.
Motion to approve the minutes of March 31st, 2020 bill pay review.
Second.
Having a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion?
I only have a discussion in that there was follow-up expected out of that bill pay review, but I'm not questioning the actual meeting minutes. So I'm just flagging that as a reminder.
Okay.
That Laura, you had said that you were going to have the hours explained and looked, because there was a flat fee, I think, that we were paying for Chris. So
For who? Oh, I did. And frankly, when we get to so what, I had a big meeting with Chris, and so he is now separating. There's the flat fee for accounting, and then there's the hourly for bookkeeping. And so the one that you paid, the $6,000, that was accounting for the pre-audit supervisor's report, and one other financial report that was due. So those are under the auditing. So.
Well, that's not the flat fee then. That's
No,
auditing.
that is under, he's gonna, going forward, he's going to,
It's gonna heat up the board,
because he had combined it all. So, that 6,000 though, I don't think Chris is on this meeting. So,
I don't know,
he
maybe
is-
Dana, could you help and get, I would like to see the contract that we actually signed for Chris.
yeah,
If we had
no
it.
problem. We
We
talked to him
that
about
at
it.
the last
It's
bill
the
pay, that we wanted to
same
see what.
It's the same. So anything over the flat fee is an hourly extra rate.
Okay,
And
so what's
that
the flat
includes-
fee?
I'm sorry?
What's the flat fee?
For the accounting piece?
Yes.
Dana, I don't know if you have it in front of you.
I don't have it in front of me. I'll have to look it up. I want to say his accounting fee is $150, and I think the bookkeeping is like $2 or $2.25.
No. She's talking
We
about.
did have a monthly amount.
The accounting is for 3 years. It's a contract that was for 3 years.
Okay.
And so it has and that includes accounting for road, GA township. And the hourly rate is going to be the same, no matter what we've decided. I mean, in terms of good for us.
Yeah, I think that I just would like to see what
We'll
we
send you
agreed
the
to.
contract. Everybody can have.
Yeah, because I think we actually had.
Listed.
We do have it. I just have to pull it up, and I'll send it to everybody.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Sure.
So that fee was definitely on the accounting piece. So it was my idea that we separate those out, and that we make it much more specific, similar to our attorney. Because under bookkeeping, it was once a week. And he has delineated jobs, and Dorothy and Denise have delineated jobs. But then, there were extra things like people requesting him to come to board meetings or talking to people. So I want him
He's not. Is he doing journal entries?
Yeah.
He's doing journal entries.
Yeah. So Dana can send you the full list. We went through it. We had a 3-hour meeting.
Is that legal, Claire? How does that work?
What?
Under.
That's who should be doing them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. But he's also an independent auditor. That's why I'm asking.
Yes, it
So
was.
you do it under bookkeeping,
attorney
do the journal
reviewed it.
entries.
Mhm. Yeah, it's in the code, and our attorney reviewed it at the time that we did this to save a pension and a health insurance. And I think there's 32 municipalities that he does it for. So, all right, we'll send all that to you. We have to move on. So I'm gonna request wait. We
Take
need
a vote. I think you had a.
Clerk Lamas, can you
Do
take
we
a
have a
vote?
second on that?
Yes.
Yes.
Kim, motion, Dave second.
Dave seconded,
So,
okay. Supervisor Marask,
Yes.
Trustee Jones,
Yes.
Trustee McKenzie. You're muted, Trustee Kenzie.
Oh,
You're muted.
you're muted.
You're muted.
There you go.
Yeah, you.
Trustee McKenzie,
Yes.
Okay.
Trustee Carabota,
Yes.
Trustee Sweeney.
Yes.
All right.
There you go.
I had to
Need
put
a
it up.
motion to
Gonna do it for
approve
Claire.
the minutes of the March 31st general. town fu- I'm sorry, what? I need a motion for approval of the minutes of the March 31st.
Motion to
general
approve.
town-
Oh, sorry.
General Town Fund and General Assistance Budget Hearing.
Motion to approve General Town and General Assistance Fund budget hearing of March 31st, 2020.
Is there,
Second,
having a motion and a second, is there any discussion? Hearing none, Clerk Giovanni, can you call the roll?
Supervisor Marask,
Yes.
Trustee Jones,
yes.
Trustee McKenzie,
Yes.
Trustee Carabota,
Yes.
Trustee Sweeney.
Yes.
All right, I need a motion, approval of the minutes of the March 31st, 2020 Road District Budget Hearing.
Motion to approve Maine Township Road District Fund Budget Hearing, March 31, 2020 minutes, waive reading.
Second.
Second.
Having a motion and 2 seconds, is there any further discussion? Hearing none, Clerk Giovanni, will you call the roll?
Supervisor Marask,
Yes.
Trustee Jones,
Yes.
Trustee McKenzie,
Yes.
Trustee Carabota,
Yes.
Trustee Sweeney.
Yes.
Okay, now I need a motion for approval of the minutes of the March 31st, 2020 board meeting.
You mean April 9th?
No,
Oh, no.
No, the
I'm
March
sorry.
31st.
Okay,
31st.
you're right.
That's the next one.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah. Approval of the minutes of March 31st, 2020 board meeting.
Second.
Township Board.
Motion and second, is there any further discussion? Hearing none, Clerk Giovanni, can you call the roll?
Supervisor Marask,
Yes.
Trustee Jones,
Yes.
Trustee McKenzie,
Yes.
Trustee Carabota,
Yes.
Trustee Sweeney.
Yes.
Now I need approval of the minutes of the April 9th, 2020 special board meeting.
Motion to approve the minutes of the April 9th, 2020 special board meeting.
Second.
Having a motion and a second, is there any further discussion? Hearing none, Clerk Giovanni, can you call the roll?
Supervisor Marask,
Yes.
Trustee Jones,
Yes.
Trustee McKenzie,
Yes.
Trustee Carabota,
Yes.
Trustee Sweeney.
Yes.
Okay, now I need a motion to approve the general assistance expenditures, and I'd like you all to pass your sheets down to the end of the All right.
There
Does
you
somebody
go.
have that motion?
Yes.
Yes.
Motion to approve the payroll for pay dates of April 3rd, 2020 and April 17th, 2020. And general assistance checks number 52626 through check number 52694 in the amount of $44,351.48.
Second.
Having a motion and a second, is there any further discussion? Hearing none, Clerk Giovanni, can you call the roll?
Supervisor Marask,
Yes.
Trustee Jones,
Yes.
Trustee McKenzie,
Yes.
Trustee Carabota,
Yes.
Trustee Sweeney.
Yes.
Okay, can I have a motion to approve the payroll for, or the expenditures for the road district?
Motion to approve payroll for pay dates of April 3, 2020 and April 17, 2020, and road district checks number 21316 through check number 21352 in the amount of $95,775,007.79.
Second.
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 Having a motion, seconded by everybody, is there any further discussion? Hearing none, Clerk Giovanni, will you call the roll?
Do I even need to call the roll on that one? Kidding. Supervisor Marask,
Yes.
Trustee Jones,
Yes.
Trustee McKenzie,
Yes.
Trustee Carabota,
Yes.
Trustee Sweeney.
Yes.
Okay, I am making a motion to approve payroll for pay dates of April 3rd, 2020 and April 17th, 2020. And general town fund checks number 57667 through check number 57730 in the amount of $256,770.97.
Second.
Having a motion and a second, is there any further discussion? Hearing none, Clerk Dialamas, can you call the roll?
Supervisor Marask,
Yes.
Trustee Jones,
Yes.
Trustee McKenzie,
Yes.
Trustee Carabota,
Yes.
Trustee Sweeney.
Yes.
All righty. And any public participation? Hearing none, we're going to move on to personnel. And we have, would like to hire Brendan Carey to replace Terry
Donnelly.
Donnelly, who resigned. And this is a recovery connection slash 15 hours food pantry. If you recall what Terry Donnelly, it's a part-time position. So it has no benefits, 19 hours. And for right now, most of it is, almost all of it is going to be spent in the food pantry, helping with that. So, but it is a recovery connection hire. So I make a motion. Dana interviewed him along with Marty Cook, who had this time is really of the essence on this, given our extraordinary food pantry events. So I'm going to make a motion to hire Brendan Carey. And Dana, what was the pay?
15 an hour.
Right, 15 an hour, no benefits.
Second.
Can I have a second?
Second.
Having a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Like I said, Dana and Marty interviewed him. His resume looks great. And his resume.
I have a,
Sure. Trustee McKenzie.
so, I don't understand why we need to hire anybody at this time. I mean, a lot of people are not able to do their normal work because of COVID. I mean, they're at home because they can't be in the office. Can't we repurpose somebody for food pantry right now? And
We have a food pantry schedule, but Terry Donnelly was an integral part of that schedule. So we have repurposed Recovery Connection, and they are there every day. And the need is much greater than the staff that we have. So I absolutely can send you the schedule. We have a set schedule where every department helps out. And so this also, Carol cannot pack boxes on her own. So Nick can't pack all the boxes.
Don't we have Luce there, and who else? We've got a couple people there.
Yeah, but they're not the box pack. They are general assistants, and they are doing food pantry.
Yeah.
But they.
What about some people from
familiar
like office, or like, because we're not doing passports, and there's a lot of things we're not doing, and
right
again, streamers and such. Can we just reallocate some resources over to, food pantry at this time, and then just wait? Because it just, I agree with Claire that at this juncture, so many people are out of and losing jobs and out of work. For us to be hiring somebody new, and we have so many people available.
It's not
most companies are laying off and furloughing and cutting pay. And,
I mean,
I just think it's kind of odd for us to be adding anybody.
Hiring a new person. We're replacing.
Well, people are cutting staff. And
how long has Terry been gone?
He has been gone since April 9th.
Well, and the other thing is this.
I think that was his last day, right? Dana?
Yeah, right. Yes.
But is this a short-term thing for this, for Brendan? Because, I mean, he's a student.
No, he'll go to Recovery Connection.
What?
I said, once we're like free and clear, which is going to be a while, then he is a recovery connection person. So yes,
Right.
it is a short term.
Right, his main focus will be food pantry now, but he's also, I mean, I know Marty's here in the boardroom, so I don't know if he wants to chime in. I know.
Yeah, Marty, you want to talk to this?
Right, he was gonna help Recovery Connection with some social media. I know they were gonna start doing some things.
Yeah, they're going to do some sober meetings online. I mean, you
virtually.
can't lose sight of these people.
I mean, I know he's studying marketing and business, so I think he has a good, head on his shoulders, and he knows a lot about stuff like that. I don't know if Marty wants to, is Marty there? Oh, go ahead. You want to chime in, Marty?
I thought that, first of all, to address what's going on in the food pantry, I know there's other staff that are helping, but Brendan would, I think, assist Nick because there's so many people coming in. He'll be able to bring some stability in there that has been lacking since Terry left. Because every day you've got different people coming in.
Right.
It's a matter of people having to lift boxes, and Nick has been kind of overwhelmed. So I think having another set of hands consistently helping will help the overall clarity or flow of the food pantry. The other reason Brendan's a great candidate, he is graduating from Iowa next week. He's doing it via internet, but he's going to be able to instantly help us with modernize our outreach program because all recovery stuff has kind of been blown through the water right now. So he's going to be kind of
I'm
helping.
sorry, Marty, it's hard to understand you. I can only hear like every other word, sorry.
So I need, okay. Yeah. I'm sorry. So he's going to be in the food pantry because some of the other people haven't been consistent. Terry was consistent with Nick. Now the food pantry is the main ballgame right now, what's going on. And Brendan will be consistent in there and allow Nick and the rest of our staff to kind of get that back on track because every day having different people in there, they really they don't know how to do it like Terry and Nick used to do it. So we're just hoping to bring some consistency in the food pantry while at the same time, Brendan will also kind of work with me to kind of modernize our recovery program, which is going to need to kind of reboot after all this is done. The addiction community is taking a pretty big hit right now because everyone's kind of flocking to different directions. And I think when this is over, I want to be able to be on the ground already, kind of setting up programs, which we're already doing. We're looking to help him, have him help me with some other things to kind of keep us relevant in the community. So he'd be key on both of those things right now.
This is not raising the budget. This is actually, you asked us to lower the budget 100,000. We did more than that. So this actually doesn't affect the budget in any negative.
Laura, if I can.
Sure.
We have a number of employees, from what I understand, are not active in their roles, and we're paying their salaries. They're very good employees. I'm wondering if at this point, and that Marty can work with some of those employees, and we just table this. I would say, I don't want to vote no, but I would maybe suggest that we table it, and let's see where we're at in a couple of months, because right now it's, like I say, we have a lot of employee assets that we're not.
I'm sorry, Dave, who's not active in their roles?
Aren't there a number of employees that are working at the township?
No, there's like literally 2 people that are on that were on the paid leave. That's it.
No, I'm not talking about paid leave.
What are you talking about? Everybody is medical leave. Everybody is working.
Whoever would be doing passports, they're not doing passports right now.
Right, but okay, that's Viacia. Viacia,
I don't want to go through the list, but isn't there?
I mean, there's those.
Annette.
Those are literally the only people.
So everybody's working at the township, performing all the duties that they've been performing prior to the pandemic. Is that correct?
Yeah.
But nobody's coming into the township, so
Yeah,
all
but
the
I was
people
just,
that would
Did
be.
you not listen to the, well, Claire, you weren't at the board.
So right now, we do
I
have,
apologize, but at the last board meeting, we discussed that we adopted a COVID policy, and we discussed 90 days or the lifting of the stay, whichever came first on the remote work policy. Everybody is fulfilling all of their duties with respect to, I mean, obviously we can't do passports. Like literally, that's the one thing that, you know, we've had 2 FOIAs that are huge that VH is working on. I mean, Pete can speak to this, but I mean,
I just can't believe everybody's working at 100% at their duties right now.
okay, well,
I
we
just don't see
cannot
the proof of
believe
that.
it, but it's amazing that
you have a little faith.
so
Well,
we
I
did,
have a lot of
little
faith, and I love our employees, but I think this role of packing boxes and assisting right now in the packing, I think we can kind of work that out between the staff that we have right now, because to go ahead and hire somebody, we have 20, millions that are on unemployment right now.
that is irrelevant to this question.
It's very relevant, because us to be hiring another employee and putting another employee on, when we can utilize that, we can accomplish that without adding an employee at this moment. You know, we have to be careful when it comes to that. Both.
Yeah, we're not hiring another. Anyways, Trustee Jones, I understand your point.
I'm suggesting we table this.
To Marty's, are you finished?
I think he was finished. He wants to table it. That's his position.
Okay. To Marty's point about the addiction community, or having, you know, really having a problem, in today's Park Ridge Concern, one of the websites, Dr. Terry Collins also wrote something about that this is a very difficult time for families who have family members who have addiction issues, for people who have addiction issues, for the mental health community as a whole. There are challenges, and I see the point that, you know, we're going to have to ramp it up as soon as this pandemic and the stay at home is over. And I see value in not in using someone or utilizing someone for the food pantry, and also training them so that they're ready and you know, to hit the ground running when we can, you know, meet more regularly and assist people with their addiction issues or recovery issues.
Well, and Marty is already looking at sober online groups, so it's not like recovery. But I just want to remind everybody, hang on. I want to remind everybody that part of Terry's job, just as Nick, was hiring with the idea that they were going to give the food pantry a certain amount of hours. That was always part of their job duties. It's always been in there. So there's nothing new, and, you know, frankly, you know, one person, you know, it streamlines. I'm frankly shocked, but Trustee McKenzie, I think you had your hand up first.
I just don't see how this person fits into the recovery connection model long term. I mean, I know you mentioned marketing, but I mean, he doesn't have any recovery connection experience.
Well,
and he
I don't
doesn't
think
have
we
a
can.
background. Let me just finish. He
Okay.
doesn't have any, he's still in school, and he's at the University of Iowa. Granted, they're remote learning, but you're hiring him because you're saying you need him at the food pantry. But there's, I mean, the Maine Township would be the first business I would hear that all of their employees are fully productive remotely. And I've spoken to many people. Most people are saying that they have no way of being 100% productive because the environment has changed. So to me, I mean, replacing, you said what, 19 hours a week with people who have, you know, time that they are not spending on township work.
But they are, okay, who are you speaking of?
Well, you can look at
I would have to go through the list and ask you what every single person is doing. I mean, I
Wait.
just know for me, I mean, I'm not 100% productive, and I am in charge of my own
So our
schedule.
law office is 100% productive.
What was that?
I said
Okay.
our law office is 100% productive. So I think everything is different. You know, I mean, I'm saying government is an essential job, okay? And with government being an essential job, and literally, you know, we passed a remote work policy that everyone has been following. Product. You know, Marie and 2 other people in other units put together a fabulous COVID resource guide that is about to be published in every newspaper as well as the website. And they call every senior, and they're doing senior yoga, and they're doing senior balance classes. They're doing this all by Zoom. Rich, his department, they've had an uptick in therapy calls because of what's going on. And again, they've moved it all to remote because Medicare allowed that. So they're actually like I could use 10 people there, but not asking for that. And then our hugest need is that we get, you know, so many food pantry, you know, people are out of work. This is what townships are for, to, you know, be a source of help to residents. And Brendan is not what I would consider a new position. It's replacing Terry. So,
one thing real fast.
and I think that Marty can speak to his experience, but I don't know that we can speak personally about his recovery connection experience.
He will be a college graduate. I think it just got delayed because of what happened in the world. He would have been a graduate already. So he's going to be back in Chicago.
He's done.
He's done with college. He's just finishing because it got delayed. So he's done. The other thing that I just want to clarify, right now, because the food pantry is so busy, somebody had mentioned the women that work in the passport office or whatever. So the work that's going on in the food pantry is very labor intensive right now. So it's not going to be appropriate for every single employee to be moving 50, 60 boxes every day. And that's every day that we're packing. The other thing, and I've been dragged into this a couple times myself, we're getting large donations, and I'm happy to help. But sometimes it's not going to be appropriate for people who are senior, older, whatever, I don't want to say anything, to be unloading boxes. We've had some very generous contributions from some churches where they are literally sending trucks, and you're unloading trucks like you would be if you worked at a warehouse, if they worked at Costco. These are coming in 3-4 days a week. And ultimately, I've seen Nick doing a lot of hard work, but
there's only so much Nick can do. I mean,
his support staff is, I think, where you might be missing. It's not just people putting a little can of green beans. It's labor intensive. There's a lot of heavy moving going on right now because of
the other job I was going to give him, and this actually was Trustee Sweeney had requested in a variety of spreadsheets. So the other job that I was going to give him, because he is a business and marketing person, I'm very satisfied with his level of ability to do, you know, is I'm going to put all inventory on the computer, and we're going to have, you know, these lists that can immediately be accessed to know what's needed, what's not, you know, that we don't get 40 jars of peanut butter, but that hasn't been happening. But we do want it all computerized to be in the light ages, shall we say. So, you know, obviously,
I'll chime in really quick before we move on. So I'm here every day at the township, and we do have about we do have employees coming in. Obviously, I'm in my office alone, so I'm not in a mask, but we are normally in masks and gloves. And we actually do have a lot of employees. We have sometimes 15 of us or so are coming in. Obviously, we're spread amongst our departments. I can't, you know, account for what everyone's doing every hour on the hour, but I can tell you we are busy. And like Laura said, most of our programs, a very high percentage of them are being run virtually. And what the staff is doing when they're in the building is planning them. And a lot of times they can't do that from home because we have all our paperwork here, our files, our computers. We can only do so much on a laptop. So we do have about half the staff actually coming in to the building on like a regular basis. I mean, obviously some of them are rotating. I'm meeting with the department heads every day, the maintenance crew and whatnot. But when the staff is at home, they are working and planning, doing things virtually. I know when they do have a couple hours of downtime, they are helping in the food pantry. Vicki and I put together a list and they sign up and then they go in there and help. But again, it's not on a, you know, that's not on a consistent basis. It is when they have a couple hours here and there, but the employees are pretty busy. The other thing is I'm getting emails all day, every day from residents with so many questions about everything. It's anything from, you know, I'm elderly and now I know I have to wear a mask and I don't know where to get a mask. What should I do? Or just, you know, a question about the food pantry or a GA. You know, they have a welfare question that I have to send over to Austin and Kathy, or I need counseling, but I know I can't see somebody in person and I'm nervous. I don't know what to do. And they don't know we have telehealth that, you know, they can do counseling through Zoom or on the phone. So obviously I have to send it over to Naomi or Rich. So it's a lot of sending emails and phone calls to staff and then making sure that they respond and follow-ups. So there's a lot that we're doing that adds up. And the day goes by, you realize it's 4:30, you know, so there really is a lot that we're doing, and you don't realize like how fast the day goes by, and that, you know, by the time you try to figure out all these residents, what they need, and trying to figure out all these programs and events and classes that we want to have online. So again, I understand if you want to table it, but
I would second Dave's motion to table just for a month, and we can think about this, because clearly we want preparedness in the food pantry. I don't think there's any question.
Well, it's gonna be as it is now. So
well, I would motion to table and ask if Susan second. Thank you.
I second, but I have a question for Marty. Did you post this job?
No, because of when Terry left, kind of the overwhelming response to the food pantry. Every day we were coming in here and we were digging out of a hole every morning. So when this was available, not only, my first reaction was, let's get some hands in here to get some consistency in the food pantry, first and foremost, because we're running people on the ground. And again, there's some people that shouldn't be handling those heavy materials. And I don't want to see anyone have a heart attack. I don't want to see anyone throw their back out. But we needed some consistency that when Terry left, we lost. So this kid was not only a good thought for them, but when I learned about his background, I thought he'd be a great fit for when we get back on track to help with the Recovery Connection program. Not only did I think he could do, I thought he'd be able to help us doing both. A little bit helping.
How do you know him? How did he know about this position?
People do our program, and I don't want to give up anybody's anonymity, but he's a local kid. He grew up in Park Ridge.
I know who he is, but I'm wondering why he knew about this, why he applied.
He's in the program.
Oh, okay.
So you said he didn't ever come. That's when I'm trying to be anonymous here.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I would make a motion to
yet he
amend
knows
and
nothing
say,
about recovery.
you know, I mean, if we needed him on
I did not know that.
That's what I was trying to say earlier.
I don't know what that.
There is literally nobody to help, as you say, lift, and there's a requirement here. I mean, I know the boxes are about, if it's stocked full, about 20 pounds maybe at most, right? I don't know.
Can I say something?
Maybe we could bring somebody on for 5 hours or whatever, because I think
Yeah, I mean, why
That's
aren't we
what we're
hiring
doing.
somebody
like
for that purpose?
instead of a consistent thing on a spot to if we literally have nobody in mainstreamers or in the clerk. I mean, I look at the report for the clerk's office and there's not much on here that we can do. I see nothing.
So you want the
in April.
80-year-old
I don't know. I
retainer.
know that they can't be in a position to lift everything, but I gotta believe that there's opportunity for people to pitch in,
No,
you know,
there
and
is.
maybe help
Not in the
Dana when
clerk's
she
office.
is talking about all the things that have to be done to answer calls.
No, there's 2 part-time people in the clerk's office, and
Yeah,
neither one
I've
of them-
got Roz, who's 80 years old, and
I know.
Kathy, who's got a compromised immune system. I mean, neither of them can
Yeah.
come in and be lifting boxes. We've got
Right,
them-
that's why I was saying maybe to help Dana with some things that, you know,
No.
I don't know.
They are.
Well, I hear the trustees aren't too busy. Maybe they can come and help us.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I thought
You said
maybe
if the
they're-
trustees
you know
are
what?
busy, maybe they can come in.
I'd be happy to
So,
help more too.
Just in
I
the
would be.
last
You know what?
4
But I would-
days, hang on.
Nikki has already emailed me and asking, they need help and they want from every department, come in 2 days a week and
Right.
help. So
Right.
obviously, there's not enough help in that department.
Everybody's on a schedule. I've already way ahead of this. You know, we have a set schedule every week for, food pantry duty. But what we are trying to get, Nick cannot. So, while we're handing out and accepting these large donations, you can't be packing boxes. So, Nick can't do all of that. And the person that is assigned, I have 2 people from each department on a rotating basis. And so they help hand out and make sure that the list is signed and that we get the things unpacked. Just in the last 4 days, 200 boxes were given out. 4 days, 200 boxes. Food drops from the Park Ridge Community Church, from District 62 displays. 17 residents donated a total of $3,125. That is from the last 4 days. So
You said we packed 400 boxes in the last 2 days?
I said literally what I said. 200 boxes in the last 4 days were given out. And food drops came in last 4 days from the Park Ridge Community Church. Huge food drops, I might add. And the District 62 in displays, Jennifer Boba's group. And then 17 residents donated monetarily $3,125. And prior to that, we had monetary donations from 5,000 from the Stasicas, 1,000 from Jim Marisi, who I personally know, and I'm sure Claire does as well. And
Very well.
I went to law school with him, so
That's nice.
every
generous.
single person is interested in, and we have a line. I mean, this is like, it's an unbelievable to me that
I would say we should, bring him on board to help with this in this next couple of weeks then, until we get past this.
That's
on
what
an
I would
hourly
say. I
basis.
would say just call
Let's
it what it
have-
is. You need help in the food pantry.
Right.
And he's going to be part-time, temporary, and we'll take it month by month.
Right. So whether it's 19 hours or something less than that, whatever it's required. But I
okay.
think we
So
should
you
have an
want to
agreement if
amend
we're-
the motion
and not on a
to-
permanent basis, just on a a basis to help with
But
this if
it's
there's nobody.
also, hang on, I'm trying to figure out who Millicent. Oh, Rich is taking care of. Okay, so is your amended motion that you want to hire? Now, this is also Recovery Connection because Marty does want to start moving to some sober, online groups. So, but are you saying you want to hire?
I don't think we want to hire permanently right now. We have so many people that are
I'm
literally out of
asking,
work.
Susan, just listen to my question.
That might be.
So for a month, you want to like with an eye to, like
Revisit.
Temporarily hire him for the sole purpose of helping the food pantry. That's what the need is.
2 months. How's 2 months? Because I don't foresee this letting up prior to 2 months.
I would say yes to that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Susan, can you amend that, or Dave, I think?
Yes.
Can you amend your tabling?
No, I'm moving to table.
Okay, so let's take a vote on, since Susan had seconded that, let's take that motion and I'm at first, and a roll call on that motion, and then I'll proceed with another motion.
Supervisor Marask.
No.
Trustee Jones.
Wait, this is the motion to table
Correct.
that we're voting on? No.
Correct. Trustee McKenzie.
Well, I just have to understand, we're voting on this motion to table with the understanding that we're going to revise the
just to table it completely.
Strictly to table.
But we're going to revise the motion to a temporary.
Yes, I will revise the motion. Yes.
Okay, then.
If this motion fails.
No.
Correct. Okay. All right, keep going.
Trustee McKenzie.
I said
she's
no.
voted
No, sorry, I'm sorry, didn't hear you. Trustee Carabota.
Yes.
Trustee Sweeney.
Yes.
Motion failed. I'm going to make a motion to hire him temporarily in the food pantry for 2 months, starting effective immediately.
I would amend your motion and make it to 10 hours.
Wow.
Also, people waiting in the waiting room to come in, by the way.
Yeah, Rich is like letting them in. Rich is in, he's already, hang on. He was already in. I don't know where, okay. He's in. So
Can we get through the original motion to see if it passes?
Per day.
Yeah, to come in and do that right.
And it was originally 19 hours or
19 hours a pay period.
Was that every 2 weeks?
Yes.
So that's about the same thing.
Wait, this is 19 hours a week?
That was 19 hours a week.
Yeah. I'm
Is it
saying if you have 10 hours a week and he starts.
You guys have me so confused.
So Susan wants to increase it by 1 hour over what Laura's asking for, because Laura was asking for 19 hours over 2 weeks and Susan's saying 10 a week.
I mean, 2 hours a day sounds right.
Okay, wait a minute.
It was 19 hours a week. That's what.
Sorry,
That's what we were asking.
Yes.
Okay, not a pay period then.
Right.
No,
Okay.
it was per week.
Per week.
So
No,
you want to
I
be
think-
as
I
ne-
think-
you want to limit him to 10 hours? Is that your motion?
I mean,
Why
he's coming
is
in
that,
to help with it.
Susan?
I think at this juncture to help with the food pantry only, not with Recovery Connections at this juncture.
I hope he
No,
would tell
I
us to go pound
understand
sand to
that.
working 10 hours a week. I mean, come on,
Right.
this is ridiculous.
It's
Okay, well, if there's no second, we're not voting in it then.
Wait, I just want, so it's $15 an hour. It's for the food pantry. How many days a week is the food pantry operating now?
it's
Every day.
operating
Right.
every
Day, 10 to 3.
Okay,
Wait, 10 to
So-
3 to pick up a box and
Right.
9 to 5 to donate. And we have to unload trucks, and then we also have to pack the boxes, and we give out from 10 to 3.
I think an example to consider is the Displays Food Pantry and how
We're
they.
totally different from the Displays Food Pantry.
That one's all volunteers, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but we don't
That
have that
one
yet.
is they go shopping. They're referring people to us.
I'm telling you, adding an employee right now is silly.
Okay,
We're
so
not
We're not
adding an
talking about that,
employee.
Dave. We're just talking about it's not.
Temporary,
I'm gonna cut through the
part-time,
noise. I'll
full-time.
make Susan's motion. 10 hours a week. I'll take what I can get.
That's more hours than you were asking for.
Well,
No,
No,
it's not.
No, it's not, Dave.
I hope the kid tells us no. Go work at Jewel for
Silly.
more money.
All I know is the township adding an employee at this time is absolutely.
okay, well, I'm sorry. I'm in the middle of making a motion that Susan actually was trying to make. So I'm gonna make it. That I will amend my original motion and ask to hire him 10 hours a week at $15 an hour for 2 months.
Is there a second?
Was that 10 hours per week at $15 an hour?
Correct.
$15 an hour, and it's a temporary for 2 months, correct? Okay.
Correct.
I second that.
Having a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion that has not already been said? Hearing none, Clerk Gialamas, can you call the roll?
Supervisor Marask,
Yes.
Trustee Jones,
Yes.
Trustee McKenzie,
Yes.
Trustee Carabota,
No.
Trustee Sweeney.
Yes.
I'm sorry, what was your vote?
Yes.
Okay. So now, the next item on the agenda is old business. Presentation and approval of the general town fund and general assistance budget 2020-21. With respect to this budget, you requested us to lower it 100,000. We lowered it approximately 120,000. And so I will make a motion to adapt the budget as amended for 2020-21.
Second.
All right, having a motion and a second, it is now, is there any discussion?
Is it possible that because of the savings now with the medical insurance, that the reduction of 117,747 that's been accomplished here since the last meeting will actually be more?
That is possible, but I also want to point out one of the reasons we got it really good is because for replacing you know how we hired Branca to be in the agency funding person at the last meeting? So Branca was that position, office manager, was a full-time job. So Dana, myself, and Rich made it a part-time job. And with no insurance, no benefits. So that was a big consolidation that I think was extremely helpful. We haven't adopted the health insurance because they want more information. So the budget can always be asked for 100, we did 120. And yes, of course. But I'm sorry, Carl keeps leaving, and I don't know.
It's an 8% increase when it's now the increase is going to be less, probably, correct?
I'm sorry.
Say that again?
No,
We had a-
Dana redid the figures with
Yeah.
the 2.9.
Oh, okay.
So obviously you have the budget that was in your board packet reflects 7% because that was done before, obviously Catherine got it down to 2%.
2.9.
So with another 2%, I have to.
2.9.
I'm sorry?
2.9.
2.9%, right. So if you want me to redo those calculations, I can do that. We can see what it looks like.
But
it's going to be.
You are a big proponent of, having this budget before May. I don't care.
What I'm saying is that this 117,747 is great, but it's going to be actually more now that
it will, but that doesn't mean that you spend it.
Right. I understand that.
So I'd like to adopt it so we keep in line and actually do it a month earlier. That's my thinking. I was with you, Dave. I am trying to not, go all the way out to May, but if you guys want to go out to May, Trustee Sweeney.
Okay. In the April rendition of the budget that we're looking at, that under the memo that Dana had sent us, what I can gather in comparing, and I assume that the income statements that we have, which are from the end of the year, Dana, are those income statements the actuals that we are actually going off of?
Yes, the ones that reflect the end of February you're talking about?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, so there haven't been any modifications to that, right?
No.
Okay. So what I had said last meeting and what I still recommend is that we don't increase, especially at this time and how serious it is with
we're not
many of our residents, that we match and we do not exceed what we had in our actuals.
So we're not. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
Okay. So if you look at what you had put, Dana, then in our general town fund for the budget, which is $4,205,023. That's what the request is, and what the actual is $4,020,958 off of the income statements.
Okay, you have to understand, Susan, the income statements do not have the funded agencies in there, so you have to take that out.
Right.
So here's where the issue lies. The income statements, here's where you're not really comparing apples to apples. Comparing the income statements to the budget is kind of sticky because the income statements do not reflect the agency funding numbers, which is 436,000, I believe, and some change.
Right.
So you have to deduct that.
Okay, so show me in the income statement where that was it, because I do see the capital fund that we spent $84,000.
Capital fund is separate.
Okay, so we spent, I know, but it's in the income statements, Laura, is what I'm referring to.
Here's what I did.
I took out. You're referring to that.
So
isn't.
I'm referring to that. I'm comparing. I asked to begin with if the income statements were accurate as far as what our actual numbers and what we spent for the year.
So
go ahead, Dana.
Here's what I did. I took the actuals, which are those income statements, and the budget, and I completely took out the capital fund from both of those, okay? And then I also took out our mainstreamers checking account money, which is not taxpayer dollar.
Okay, so help me on the income statement. Can you go through this with me? Because I see the 84,071.
I took it out.
Take that out.
I took it out, and then I took out the so if the income statement, if you're looking at town funds, you have 4,402,945, correct? I
Right.
took out,
No,
I took-
958.
okay, I took out capital fund, which is 84,071. Then I also deducted the senior checking account because that's not taxpayer dollars. I'm not
If you
counting
take that out, we spent less than that.
Okay, so
So that makes my
then-
point even more.
okay, hold on. Then I take the budget, okay?
Now, what did you say about the funds? Because I don't see the funds for the charities in that. You have to direct me. I don't think that's in that.
That's the
income
point of
statement.
what she
Right,
said.
right. Let me just finish my thought. Then what I do is I take the budget, I also take out the capital fund, and I exclude the agency funding from this because the agency funding is not listed in the income statement. So you have to, if you're comparing apples to apples, you have to take out what is not listed in both. Do you understand what I'm saying?
So where do you show the agency funding being put into your?
Into the budget?
Yeah.
Where's the agency in the budget? It's
The
in the agency budget. The agency numbers are counted in that 4.2 million. You want to know where?
Yeah, I'm
On
looking for the
page-
line item to.
I'll tell you
Yes,
right
which
now.
one?
Give me one moment. On page 7, the bottom of page 7.
The 436.
Correct. But now those are not reflected in the income statements. So if you take the income statements, you have to add that 436 in there.
I understand. Okay.
Okay.
So, and it's nowhere in there, but the 84 is.
Right, but I took out,
You have
to
to
be
take that out.
fair, to be fair, I took out the 84 from the income statements and the
Right.
250,000 from the budget. I just completely took out that capital fund because that's a static number. So
Right, that
what you're
shouldn't be in there, but you should deduct the 84,000.
I did.
From the,
I did.
from the.
I did.
Right. It's from
So
the.
what you're looking at after all of that, we are 3,000 above actuals, and that's it.
Okay, hold on. I just want to do that. And also, are you factoring in salary increases? Because it looked like.
I am. I know you can't, I know you can't see my sheet, but I have.
Because I
This is a
compared.
terrible way to do it. I
Line
have
items
my
and the
math.
administrative costs and the salary. I went through the whole budget and looked at the salary items and they increased in every department. So.
They do not
Actually, the
increase.
line item
They do
is
not.
below actual.
They do not increase. You're talking about from last year's, they increased from when?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You're talking about from, what are you comparing that to?
I'm comparing it to the income statement and what the line items were for the salaries on each of the departments.
They
So
increased.
administration, I went through, for example, the salaries last year for administration totaled $1,879,550, and this year they're in there for $2 million.
Right, but we also
No.
not included.
That counts elected officials, Susan. That also counts elected officials.
Okay, yes, I know, I see that. So, and
You're
that's.
comparing apples to
That's
oranges.
No, I'm not, Laura. I'm trying to, you're not looking at the state. I mean, I'm looking at.
I have the
I'm not comparing
income
apples to
statement.
oranges.
I'm
not
asking,
saying- I
here's
was
the deal.
saying that.
Do you want to pass a budget tonight?
You know what? I'm trying to have a discussion about the budget items. I don't
I
think salaries should
understand,
be.
but
Okay, let me go on the record again, as I have done before. I think at this time with the pandemic and a fourth of the state of Illinois losing their jobs, we're lucky to have jobs, okay? And we're lucky to have a telework.
okay,
and work
I'm
from
going to
home.
stop
So
you.
at this
We are in
juncture, I do not
essential
think- No, I can't.
government.
This is my turn to talk right now. So I don't think
No,
we should be
actually,
factoring
I run
in
the meeting,
line item
and-
increases on all the salaries. That's my opinion. And that's what it shows. So
It actually is lower than last year's actuals, and it's not reflected in the income statements, which you keep referring.
I understand that.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
So I'm not-
Laura. You can
I'm
look
not-
at the income statement. You can still look at the line items of the
Okay, so
salary.
if we're not going to reach an agreement,
saying that.
Salaries did go up. The
I don't know
salaries
where you're-
are up.
I don't know where you're seeing that, Susan.
Where
So
are
I
you
have zero,
seeing
I
that?
have zero to, year-to-date distribution last year of 621, and we're asking for 610. Like if you just look at
Where are
admin.
you seeing that?
So I'm not sure where you're seeing that.
Are you talking about a line item for the salaries?
Right. So I'm just
Yeah.
I'm looking like if you just look at admin salaries gross pay accounts, the year-to-date disbursement was 621, but we're
Right.
asking in the budget for 610. So we lowered that by $10,000.
Okay, what I see in administration salaries is, that's right, that one did go down by 11,000, that line item. Laura, please respect.
Go ahead, go ahead.
You do not need to throw your hands up in the air. I'm well aware of that, okay? And
Susan, you
your
have talked
officials with their
again,
flat salaries
80%.
went from 166 up to 187. So they
I'm
went
sorry, which department? In which department?
and the salaries of the elected officials went up 20,000.
No, they didn't go up 20. They didn't go up 20,000. I think what you're talking about the year to date. That probably what happened is a check wasn't cut in the end of that in that year, the end of the year. And
Well, that's why I asked if this income.
well,
statement is accurate.
that's probably more of a question for Chris. This is what he gave me at the very year to end date. Salaries for the elected officials don't change.
They
That's
can't.
why I wondered why it did.
It's a good answer.
That's why I asked it first if this was accurate. If this is accurate,
That's
We are
yeah,
not
this is what-
increasing our salaries.
so any assessor's office's salaries went from 190,069 to 202, 288. In the clerk's office, it went down. So it went from 112. It was 101. You're proposing 101 and it's going down. But in the
Right.
assessor's office, it went up 12,000. So I assume that's factoring in salary increases?
The assessor presented her budget to you January 15th. The assessor, as Carrie Lynn can point out,
Secretary, I want to talk about that, if I may.
sure, I'll recognize Assessor Moylan Cry to answer your question.
Decrease that by $6,000. I had plans to, have a higher end too. And of course, with this going on, I cannot obviously do that. And I mean, if you want me to diminish that, what I previously asked for was 11.5 for the year. I can take that off the table right now, and I can bring it back when this kind of all goes away and ask the board to approve me to move forward with hiring that person as a part-time position, as I put my letter to you that you had received 60 days before. So I would be very happy to do that.
So last year you spent in total 352,598, and this year you're requesting 382,829, 30,000 more.
Minus the 11. Oh, okay, minus the 11.
Is that from February on, the actuals?
The actuals that you spent last year in total were 352,598.
Okay. 352,598. Okay, and then
And the
I had
request here says 382,829, and it factors in a $12,000 increase.
well, actually, that went down. Trustee Sweeney, because we had to incur that percentage in the healthcare insurance, number one. So it went down to 382,829. And then I am asking.
I don't understand what you mean down from what you previously asked for.
Correct.
Not from the last year's actual.
But the last year's actuals, I had, my old ones were 356,612.
Well, on the income statement, which is the actual number, it's 352. So, but it's, it's 30,000 more.
Well,
I
no,
just
it's
think
going
we
to
should be increasing any of our
to be that much more because I will take off the 11.5 off of that.
Right.
And you have to adjust for, of course, the insurance and adjust for that. I'm not crazy here. There's nothing crazy about my budget. I don't get any income into my budget.
So maybe with these adjustments, maybe we should do all these adjustments and get them done. And then, you know, if that's with the.
Okay, what I'm saying was I was going to have a hire on this. And because of the situation as it is,
Yeah.
I have my staff working on what I needed to be required to do right now. So they come into the office, they bring files. We've been working on this, what I was going to have a hire for. But once we are open for appeals, the assessor is saying that everybody should appeal. That would be tremendous to our office. And I'm looking, you know, further down the line here, and another line item that we have in our, what we're going to talk about tonight are the screens and everything, which is detrimental to the health and well-being of my staff and also the general public. But I think that if I take off the table this 11.7 that I have for the extra hire, and then if we get so we're inundated and I can't handle doing what needed to be done with our files, if then later on September, October or something, if the board would give me some of that money back. Would that be realistic to you?
I mean, I'd like to see it stay the same as last year with the exception of health insurance, but which I don't want to really factor going up because if anything, we should be saving. But
I take 11.7
I'm
off the
looking to
table.
see.
I think that's kind of significant. We haven't really gone up that much more. I mean, you know, you guys are talking about doing like a health insurance thing and making them pay more deductible and everything else too across the board. My office works and they've actually saved our taxpayers 25% more money than they did in the previous year. I mean, we are a viable asset to our community and nobody can dispute that. And with that being said, this office works tenfold. I mean, we try to incorporate the township to help us out within our appeals this last year, but my office, my people were there till 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock at night. So
Carrie Lynn, can I ask you a legal question?
Sure you can.
Okay.
Hi, Carrie.
My legal question is this. If the assessor presents a budget that is totally in line with, you know, needs and items that are not, and she now is willing to cut 11,000. Is it not under the code that the township should be funding that?
Yes, so the township board has to fund the components of the assessor's office that the assessor requires to perform her function. So the assessor would set the salary of the assessor employees, just like the highway commissioner would set the salaries of the road district employees. And I mean, usually, they have some discretion in the overall budget.
Right. So if it's not out, you know, like outrageously skewed, which this one is clearly in line with past ones, my question is, I do recall you from last year, you know, likening it that we are required to fund it. So, you know, I don't think we're like far off in disagreement here. So what the assessors have been working tirelessly is moving all their paper files to electronic, which will, vastly, as well as assuring that every single person has their correct exemptions and whatnot. So, is that what's holding up the budget? I'm just curious.
I think what's holding it up for me is that I would like to see it with all these adjustments with
So you do want to put
Assessor Cry taking into account what Trustee Sweeney was saying, and then also Dana Berman adjusting the numbers based on the medical. And in Assessor Cry has a point there that when it comes to the looking at that budget, that it was going to come down more than 11,000 because there's 4%, 3 or 4% change in the placeholder for the medical insurance. So I'd like to see it all done and knocked out so we can look at it clearly.
Okay, so we will once again wait till May. So are you making a motion to table it?
Motion to table.
Okay, is there a second on that?
Second.
All right, having a motion to table by Dave Carabota and a second by Trustee Sweeney. Clerk Gialamas, will you take a vote?
Supervisor Marask?
No.
Trustee Jones, you're muted at the moment.
No, or no.
No.
Trustee McKenzie?
Yes.
Trustee Carabota?
Yes.
Trustee Sweeney?
Yes.
All right, so moving on, next.
Can I have one other comment on that I have a question about?
Okay.
Laura or Dana, why the estimated revenues were nearly like $1 million difference. We previously on the income statements reflected that last year we had revenues of $4,348,566.
Right.
And this year there's revenues of $3,312,000.
Right. Because we lowered the levy. We're not expecting as much taxes to come in.
Okay, so that's what it reflected. And also
Right.
Maine's, okay, so thank you. And then Maine Streamers was 414,965 out of that.
That's the checking account. That's not taxpayer dollars.
Income
Right.
statement.
That has nothing to do with the taxpayers.
Wait, I thought I had a question about Maine Streamers. I can ask you separately, I guess, later.
Sure.
So, and then I will do the comparison, Dana, and I'll get back with you on this because I do see that it's, if you take out that amount that you're really asking for $3,768,000, aside from the charities.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And you're comparing that against the income statement of $4,020,000, which includes $84,000 for the.
If you take out, I just want to say this real quick because I feel like we're going round and round. But remember, Susan, if you're taking out the 84 in the income statements, you need to take out the 250 in the budget.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, the 250 is already taken out in the budget in the.
And then you also
you didn't add that in. I'm not adding the 250.
Okay, and remember, we're not counting.
Actually, you don't take out the 84 because we actually did spend it. So
remember to also take out. We're counting the Maine Streamer money also in the income statements, but not in the budget. So if we could have a talk, a separate from this meeting, I think I could better explain it to you one-on-one. It's a little confusing. The income statements that I give you, the actuals, really, it's hard to compare to the budget because the numbers are a little skewed. So if I can talk to you outside the meeting, I think maybe we can better, explain it. So.
Yeah, because it was $886,000 that we spent before in the income statement for Maine Streamers, which was significantly higher than what you're only budgeting. You're only budgeting $500,000.
Correct. We took out the checking account money this year.
The checking account money?
Because that's paid by each resident that uses the program. It's not paid by taxpayers.
That's the money where the residents will pay for a program, and then we take that money and put it towards, you know, the speaker that's coming. But that's coming straight from the
Or
people's
their
pocket.
trick or whatever.
Right, that's not tax dollars.
Okay, so we
But
spent,
we have to show it in the books. According to Chris, we still have to show it on paper because the money's coming in and the money's going out. We cannot not show that. So we have to, it still has to be shown. So that's why.
well, that's why
right
it's,
there.
so we spent 886 last year. This year, we're only asking for 500 because we're bringing in the mainstreamers of 407. That's our income back in. On the last line of the budget that you asked for, you have mainstreamers program fees of 407.
Right.
So you're asking for 500.
Right.
You know that we're going to get program fees of 407.
Right.
Last year, we spent 886.
Well, we spent 886, but half of that was not taxpayer dollars. That was the checking account.
So it's not really reflected correctly in the income statement then, is what you're saying.
No, it is. Chris says our old accountant, we've had this discussion, our old accountant was netting it out, and that cannot be done. Income in has to have a corresponding income out. So
I'll talk to you about that further.
Okay, good. I'm gonna make a motion, moving on to the Road and Bridge, presentation and approval of Road District Budget 2020-21. And Wally can present this. I see him pacing. You got to move up close. Well, before you present it, let me make a motion to pass Road District Budget 2020-2021. And is there a second? All right, with the motion and okay, with the motion and a second, Highway Commissioner Kazmierczak, can you present it?
Yeah, okay. The budget.
Loudly.
Can't hear me?
Well, you probably got to move up even closer because of the mask. So.
Okay, the budget I submitted today is approximately $82,000 less than the budget proposed last month. 2 years ago, the salary line items were $539,000. 2 years later, they are $496,560. Reductions were made comparing the last month's budget and this month's budget. Reductions were made in healthcare by $10,000, contractual services by $20,000, commodities by $30,000, capital outlays by almost $18,000, and salaries by $8,000. This is a fair budget that doesn't waste money, but has realistic line items that factor in any.
Sorry.
Nationwide, taxing bodies are finding out that budgeting is not an exact science during these difficult times. I have a history of being under budget. In most circles, this is considered an admirable trait. I have in my 10 years sought to provide good service to our unincorporated communities. I've drastically reduced constituent complaints. I never overpromise. I create a healthy working environment and I strive to have a balance of frugality and combined with adequate funding to face any unforeseen expenditure. I believe this budget will serve us well. Any questions or comments?
Trustee Sweeney.
So Wally, last month, I do see that you made a reduction from the March, which was at 1,972,225 down to 1,890,344. So, but as compared to last year's actual, as I mentioned last month, it was last year's actual was 1,730,792. So it's still 159,000 more
Yeah,
than
well,
last year's actual. And as far as the line items in particular that went up, I'm assuming you've got a raise in a salary increase.
yeah, as the lawyer, Carrie Lynn mentioned, I can set my own salaries without, that can't be the deciding factor why a budget isn't passed, whether I give somebody a raise. So I have complete control over that particular aspect of budgeting. Now you can object to the final figure, but here's my confusion.
What percentage raise did you give? Because your salaries went from 265 to 287. So it's a $22,000 increase.
Raise it all and the rest will get 3%.
3%?
Yeah. Now, you know, there's this stuff about actuals. You know, I don't quite understand. We're not on the same wavelength. If I'm not saying that this will happen, but if gasoline goes up to, you know, $50 a barrel, which I don't think it will, you know, that you have to, you know, that's how commodity prices have gone down. So that was an easy one to reduce. But, you know, there's all kind of different possibilities. There's hardly a budget in America that's balanced after this COVID-19. Nobody saw that coming. It added $2 or $3 billion after the national deficit, and nobody seems to care because it's a crisis. You know, I'm not spending tons of money. I'm not over budget. And why this narrow thing that you're asking me to do, it has to be precisely what it was last year. Well, it may be less than last year, it may be more, but you have to provide a cushion to operate. Because if it goes down any further, I'm gonna have to cut in road revamping and resurfacing. I might not be able to buy any major piece of equipment this year. You know, we're attempting to get another truck for this next fiscal year. You know, I don't know what's so magic about actuals. Nobody can, I just can't comprehend it. If you have a reasonable, satisfactory budget that doesn't add on to really to anybody's tax burden, why is it so important to have precisely the same amount that you spent last year? It's beyond me.
I'm just stating the facts that it went up by 100.
But you know, it was also,
there's a salary increase, and the maintenance went up about 95,000. It looks like from previous.
I also went under what I requested last year. Is that a sin? I just don't get it.
The question I have here, we were 240,000 above actual at the last presentation on March 31, and I really appreciate you bringing it down, Wally, by 82,000. But that leaves $160,000 difference. And, you know, you heard my discussion before about pay increases, especially now with the pandemic. And there's also going to be, though, there's also going to be a reduction in your line item for the medical insurance, or am I wrong? Because of the result of the agency. So I'm wondering if we take out the pay increases and we adjust the medical, you may end up with that 160,000 gone. We may be in a good position. Keeping in mind that if there's need in the future, you know, obviously you come to the board. The board's never said no to your need, you know.
Well, that 1 year where it had to be precisely the action, I agreed to that. The budget was all screwed up. There was overages and underage, and it just, you know, I probably didn't go over that amount, but the budget, the sheet was all screwed up. Now, maybe that doesn't bother anybody, but it's supposed to be within 10% of each line item. So, you know, the one that apparently everybody didn't give me any problems about last year. Everything was in line except for one or two things, and it certainly wasn't a 10% overage. So, you know, what's so bad about budgeting adequately and hoping that nothing happens and you're under? I just don't understand why it's so important to create actuals.
Because in this current environment, I can't support a pay increase.
Well,
And
as the lawyer said, I can set salaries.
we fund it though.
Yeah, but you can't deny a budget because I gave somebody a raise.
So I think Carrie Lynn can weigh in here, just like Susie.
If you don't need my yes, then why are we having a discussion?
No, that's not what he's saying. All right. Once you approve the budget, he has say-so as to how it gets spent.
Right. Okay.
And
So just.
What did you want Carrie Lynn to weigh in then?
That's what I believe Carrie Lynn would state. Am I correct, Carrie Lynn?
Yeah, I mean, so what the township code says is that it's always this weird tension between the role of the township board related to the road district budget and the assessor's budget. And what the township code says is that you can approve the budget or as much of it as you deem necessary, but you have to do that by line item. So you can decide that salaries are not necessary, therefore he can put 0 in it. But if you decide salaries are necessary, he gets to determine the amount. And it's the same thing with the funding and the individual road projects things. And there's been litigation involved in this. The most recent was Naperville Township and the Naperville Township Road District about 4 years ago now, where the Naperville Township Board just felt that the road district could save a lot of money by outsourcing some work to the city of Naperville. So they zeroed out some line items and they reduced some line items, and it just ended up being ongoing litigation for 3 years. But the township can't do that.
So, but my position is I can't support pay increases, let alone 10%.
But you don't have a vote on pay increases for the highway commissioner.
The budget, what do I have a say on is the amount of the budget, correct? The bottom line.
And you can decide whether individual line items are necessary or not necessary. So you can fund things at 0 or the way that he's proposed them to be funded.
Or we can enter a budget that has a bottom line of $1,730,792.
You can't change his figures at all. So you can eliminate his line items if you don't want to pay some of the line items, but you can't like say, we're taking 10% off your budget.
So what am I being asked to vote yes on? Or no?
Whether or not you think the line items included are necessary.
So I have to go through line by line. So if I said that the line items for the salaries are 3% too high.
You can't say that.
Right? So then what can I say?
You can say we are not, I see salaries are unnecessary, we're not going to have any employees.
You know that I can't, that's just opening.
I know. I know. So that's
under the statute.
Are you saying we could actually say that? You're saying.
Wait. Under the statute, you have to fund to the point that reasonably the job can be accomplished. So what I'm being told here is that I have to say yes to a 3% pay increase to the employees because it's road district. And I'm saying that that's not my interpretation, and I could be wrong. It's not my interpretation, but it's not going to happen where I'm going to say yes to a budget that allows for pay increases. I'm just not going to do it.
The township code requires you to approve the road district budget as presented by the highway commissioner, unless you deem parts of it are unnecessary. And the way the courts have determined that is on a line item basis, not an overall budget basis. That's why when I teach classes on this, what I always tell people is the best thing is to get everybody to agree. Because when they don't, everybody spends a ton of money on litigation fighting over a 10% reduction. They spend a lot more on litigation than the amount at issue.
And I'm going to have a judge that's going to tell me that I cannot say that the salaries that were set last year are fine salaries for this year.
Usually judges, I have litigated that issue with township budgets in federal court and in state court. And usually what the judges say is that that is a local legislative decision or statutory, and they don't get involved in policy making. I mean, I know you're frustrated. I know you're frustrated.
Yes, then. Doesn't need my yes then.
Your frustration is not isolated to you. I mean, this is a global frustration that township trustees and supervisors throughout the state have when it comes to overseeing road district functions and also functions of the assessor's office. So I hear you. I'm just, I just don't want to march you guys down to a path where you're litigating stuff like this, because I think it's the worst thing for the township.
I'm not going to support something that has pay increases. I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, these guys, you may not care or realize that they probably get 15, 20 grand less than a municipal employee that is unionized.
If they're working.
Village trustee, because it's a union.
They are working.
Pardon me?
They are working.
They are working right now.
I'm not saying whether our employees are working. I'm not here to compare going out to someone else. What I'm saying is from where I grew up in my background, a 3% increase is a 3% increase. A 3% increase during a pandemic with all this unemployment is really not a good idea for Maine Township to be doing in any of its departments. And it really, really is just not the right thing to do right now. The issue of pay increases, those can be postponed, I suppose, but right now, this is not the time.
Wally's not a
I think we've said it over and over every meeting that we, I feel that way, that I just don't think we should be giving pay increases.
Wally's not a department. He's his own taxing body.
Dave Carabota is not going to be there as a yes when it comes to these pay increases. It's just not going to happen.
Well, what Mary Lynn is saying is your choice is to say they don't need any salary at all.
I gave a detailed basis for that at the last meeting. I don't want to do that now at 10, 11 at night.
So I'm just going to say that I don't think it has anything to do with the pandemic. This was the same position you guys took last year when we didn't have a pandemic. So really, it's Wally gave 4% and 5% increases. So there you go.
Wally, what can you tell me what happened with the and maybe you had said this last time, but the capital outlay went up almost 100,000. It was 129,000 last year, and it went to 224. Is your request for this year?
Oh, well, you're talking about the equipment fund?
Yes.
Yeah, well, it went up because we didn't really, what did we spend on? We spent on a truck. The truck that, these trucks, the bigger ones that haul the song, they can run up to 150,000. I go down to an axle, probably have to not have any major purchase at all.
I had a hard time hearing you. I'm sorry.
But
I can't understand Wally either.
Can you please just explain what was 100,000? Why you're budgeting 100,000 more than what you spent last year for that capital outlay?
Okay, I'm budgeting more because there's going to be a major equipment purchase that we want to do for a four-wheel truck that hauls salt. And, they've been...
For haul salt, did you say?
$150,000. Salt spreader.
So it's a new salt spreader?
Yeah, well, it's a new truck that, dumps salt, when it's attached to a plow, it's a truck. So that's be one of our biggest ones that would replace something that's at least 15 or 20 years old. But I have a question for trustee Carabota, if I actually got down to these actuals and gutted the budget, and, you know, you said you'd still not vote for the adoption of my resolution for the budget because I gave somebody a raise?
Well, it's not the situation that we're in right now. I'd have to think about that one. Right now, we're still 160,000 over actuals last year. I'd have to think about that. If you brought it down to 1,730,000, I'd have to think about that. That I'd have to give some thought to, because, you know, it's not that I don't appreciate all that the employees do, but, you know, it's going ahead and giving out pay increases, a governmental body right now, whether there's certain governmental bodies in Illinois that are claiming that they're automatic, et cetera. It's just something that governmental bodies should not be doing right now. It's just in the environment that we're in. So I'd have to think about that one. That's a good question, Wally.
Is this based on the shared burden or something that people who happen to be employed have to suffer along with everybody else who isn't unemployed?
I don't see, here's the problem. In economics, you don't live in today. Today is not what you're living in. You're living in 1 year from now, 3 years from now, and 5 years from now projections. But the way I look at the economy right now, we're going to be having some serious problems once we're up and running again, which we're not, for at least a minimum of a year. These problems are going to be very, very severe. They can be overcome, but they're going to be very severe. Government has to be part of the solution. And part of government's solution is not to hand out pay raises when it comes to the employees. I think this is something that as a governmental body, we should be willing to do to help those in Maine Township that are paying what they're paying for real estate taxes or expenses, et cetera. Even if it means it puts a few bucks back or whatever the situation is. We just should not be giving out pay increases. There's a lot more that our governmental body is doing, and our governmental employees are trying to perform those tasks safely. But one of the things we should not be doing, we should be contributing to the recovery of our economy, which we haven't seen the bottom of yet, is that we do not give out pay increases. That's not that I'm being negative, but I think I'm being pretty fair. Now, especially if it's also possible that Illinois may be shut down through June 1st and maybe even June 15th. That's going to be very severe, extremely severe. And then the question becomes whether or not it's going to be recoverable within a 3 to 5 year time period. So I'm saying right now, governmental bodies, there is no way you should be giving out pay increases, and there's no way that you should be adding employees to your staff right now, not in Illinois.
I concur.
He's not.
Does it impress you at all, the first sentence that I read?
Very much, very much. Very much.
The salaries have gone down by over 40,000 over 2 years because
it's also your employees are going to help this economy come back by keeping those roads clear and safe and everything else. So when we can travel them, we will, and to do it in all types of climate changes and under difficulties, it's an extreme it's a great contribution. But in addition, the employees have to understand that right now, 3% of their salaries is not going to knock out where they're going to have to sell their house or cut out a car or something right now. And it's something that would help that all governmental bodies in Illinois, and I'm calling for that, for all governmental bodies not to pay increases. And I can't call for that and say, by the way, because I love our Maine Township employees.
It's calling the school boards to do that as well.
And to compare to the school boards, it's like comparing economics to insanity. So there is no way that you can compare Maine Township's efficiency to a school board. Maine Township is way more efficient than any school board I have ever looked at.
Exactly the point.
And it's all way more efficient than, here it comes, our Niles Maine library as well, way more efficient. So we are really top notch. But part of that top notch has to be right now, we got to get down together. We're supposed to be the closest people, the closest governmental body to the residents. And to the residents, we got to be arm in arm, and although we can't be arm in arm directly,
Okay.
by not giving out pay increases.
All right. So
I concur. And Wally, I have another question. Just as it pertains to, you talked about snow, the truck, the new truck that you'll need. Wasn't there a significant, shouldn't we see some, if we have some salt stocked? I mean, this year was a really light year.
No, we had the salt shed
benefit
full.
You know, we don't need to budget as much for next year, given what
Sure, it's been
we
reduced.
didn't spend this year.
The budget right in front of me, but that's considered a commodity, and I'm sure it's been reduced in that $30,000. Most of it will be gasoline and salt that created that $30,000 reduction in the budget.
Yeah, I have to go back and look. I see, you know, supplies for the road, supplies for snow removal. It looks like 60,000, and previously.
As far as the salt shed, it's full. So, you know, your point is taken. I mean,
You went down by 5,000, but I don't even know if we used, you know, needed what we had. I would think for next year we wouldn't need.
We could have 40 or 50 inches of snow instead of 30 or whatever we had this year. Yeah.
Carolyn, I need to ask you, what are the options here? Can these people vote present? Can they abstain? I mean, what are the options?
Okay. You can table it, you can vote for it, you can vote against it. If they abstain, abstentions count with the majority. Now, under that amendment to the Open Meetings Act, we need 3 affirmative votes to pass anything.
Right. All right. So I guess my question is, I can't, you know, like Dave and Susan have a, and I don't know what Trustee McKenzie's feeling, but they have this flat out, you know, that Wally can't determine his own people's compensation. And I think, you know, that's up to Wally. I think he's done a great job. And also, you know, I mean, you know, maybe he should determine it based on what school boards are getting and go, you know, to 3%. So, you know, it's not correct. You know, we are the most efficient. We have actually not had a break in services at all. We have really, you know, had an overwhelm, and Wally's department hasn't missed a beat. You know, they are, so I just, you know, it doesn't sound like this budget will ever get passed. So what happens if his budget doesn't get passed? Then we have more lawsuits? Is that the case?
Well, I mean, that I represented a township that didn't do that. Actually, I represented the highway commissioner who sued the township that didn't do that. And they ended up spending probably 3 times the guy's budget litigating that issue all the way to the appellate court. So,
And in the meantime, under the township code, he can continue paying salaries, correct?
Under the Wage Payment and Collection Act, he has to do that.
Yeah, right. So, you know, Wally, what do you want to do? Do you want me to table this? Do you want me
to table it? I'm going to discuss it. Yeah, I hate to be putting, I know if there's some kind of court action and hiring lawyers, and there'll be 2 lawyers to hire.
It's insane. It'll be our 3rd court action. But
it's going to be so much more than a 3% raise per 5 people. I mean, it's just nuts. So I just don't want to get to that, but I just don't, there's 2 things I don't understand. You punish people because there's a lot of people out of work. You want to level the playing field? I don't know. What's that all about? And secondly, the fascination with actuals. If I'm going under my allotted, it's not like I'm budgeting $1.95 million and spending $2.4 million. I'm spending 1.7 something. Is that bad? I just don't understand the fascination and the deep abiding belief that it has to be actuals. Because the one time we did that, this balance sheet was all screwed up.
Well, and also because you don't get, I mean, we've already determined from talking to the clerk and the, I can't remember the other lady's name, that you don't get the full amount of what you asked for.
Yeah, that's another story.
That's what the levy.
Well,
You know, if
well, right, but so it is the levy. And so,
you know, if even with the
all right, well, we really at 10:24, you know, so do you want to put this together with the May,
unless there's a special meeting, I guess May 20th.
well, I may call a special meeting. So, you know, everybody will just have to, you know, because, you know, we do have to pass a budget for both places. So,
Can I motion to table this?
sure.
Then I motion to table this.
Second.
Okay. With a motion and a second, Clerk Dialamas, will you take the roll?
Supervisor Marask,
No.
Trustee Jones,
No.
Trustee McKenzie,
Yes.
Trustee Carabota,
Yes.
Trustee Sweeney.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, Claire. What's your motion to table it to? I assume the May meeting.
Next meeting. Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Okay. Next item is that looking forward to reopening, I had Doreen, who did an unbelievable job of getting estimates from companies to install plastic shields at the counters that would make residents as well as staff, you know, comply. It would be more compliant with, you know, what I think, you know, the orders will be, and with trying to open at full capacity, just like the grocery stores have been doing and a lot of businesses have been doing. Mike Simon, are you there?
Yeah.
All right. So we determined that the lowest, and this would come out of the capital fund. So it is $3,625. Unique custom woodwork. And Mike, if you want to address it, you know, we did talk to 3 places. Oakton, the 3 places were Oakton, this place, and Doreen, what's the 3rd place?
The one place that I had was Addison Woodwork.
Custom woodwork.
Looking at tops. For the counters and for the shield, 3 estimates for each, and Unique Custom Woodwork easily came in the lowest on both sides.
Right. Right. So, part of the shield thing is to build out some of the counters to push them further back. So this would be we measured for the length of going from the all the way at the end, all the way through the reception desk, and then the open area in GA. And you can see it, it's priced out there. And then there's a countertop extension that's $770, and that, you know, this Unique Custom Woodwork was able to do both. The other 2 that we looked at, well, one of them wanted to hang these shields from the ceiling, which I think all of us agreed was impractical and unworkable. And Oakton, who, you know, we've dealt with before, changed their estimate and decided they had to like build the big pillars. I don't know if they were taking advantage of government. You know, I've been told no, but you know, this guy, Mike, really, right, Mike?
Looking at the estimates and the comparisons for what the work that's going to be done, everyone had similar descriptions of how it needs to be done. Even extending the counter for the braces that need to go underneath, everyone basically had the same description.
Right.
They want to go ahead and do it. So, like I said, just looking at everything, I mean,
I'd like to go ahead and do this so that we can be prepared to open fully, you know, or gradually, because it's not going to be turning a switch on, but I want this in place before we do that, because I think the residents will feel safer, and I think the staff. So
I would make a motion to adopt the proposal and to pay the proposal from the capital fund.
and I will second that. Having a motion and a second, is there any further discussion? Hearing none, Clerk Gialamas, can you call the roll?
Supervisor Marask,
Yes.
Trustee Jones,
Yes.
Trustee McKenzie, Trustee Carabota,
Yes.
Trustee Sweeney.
Yes.
alrighty, thanks everyone.
Thank you,
Thank
Michael.
you, Mike. But
Appreciate it.
Doreen,
Thanks,
really,
Mike.
no, Doreen really did. I mean, Mike did a great job too.
And Doreen, thank you,
did
Doreen.
Outstanding
Thank you, Doreen.
job,
Thanks, Doreen.
getting these estimates, and boy, can she bargain with the best. And just so you know, I will be coming back at the May meeting. Because I'm gonna want, you know, to clean the entire place again. So, as I think you guys would all agree that every business is doing. But we'll get to that at the May meeting. Okay. Now, before anybody talked, I'd like to make a statement on the next agenda item. And I would like to make this statement without interruption, please. So I was requested to add an agenda item titled Resolution Number 2020-5, entitled A Resolution, dollar for dollar, matching funds for emergency coronavirus relief. And there are several whereas paragraphs, and essentially boils down to two things. The section 1 is illegal, and the factual recitation is incorrect, and I do not want to be interrupted. You'll all get your chance to talk. So what is incorrect about the factual recitation is that Melter School District 63 donated 620 plus items, not boxes, items. Okay. Those were gone within, I believe, a half a day. Secondly, the GoFundMe page, you know, I'm astounded that people could take a good thing and turn it into a bad thing. And so the GoFundMe page that was done by John Moran on his own, and not sponsored by the township, is listed here that, you know, the first request is that we order John Moran as to how he does that. That's the part that is illegal. That GoFundMe page, if you went to it, clearly and specifically already states that the proceeds of that were going to Maine Township Food Pantry. So, it is attempting to use something that isn't a problem to make a problem, and B, you cannot tell a donator how they're going to donate. So, for example, Linda Santrella donates to us every year from Crop Walk. We cannot tell her how to do that. Knights of Columbus has it on their agenda on Wednesday, donating. And we cannot tell a private person how to donate. That is not our authority. And I'm very disturbed. I don't know what the impetus in this, whether it is saying John Moran is stealing the money, or whether it is if anybody bothered to go to the GoFundMe page, it clearly and directly says that it is being done by John Moran, and that he gets volunteers who go shopping and they bring the food to the food pantry. The only thing, and they use a list that is published on our food pantry list. There's literally nothing bad about this at all. And this first paragraph is, number one, not accurate. The second paragraph is not accurate. The township is spending no money. Taxpayers have never spent any money for the food pantry, ever. It is a self-funding, restricted line item that is funded completely by donations. And we on the website list numerous ways of donating. We listed the You Got Buy Goods. We listed the GoFundMe. We listed sending a check. We listed coming over, dropping off a check. We listed we can give you a shopping list. But what is unbelievable to me is that somebody would find the need to think they had the ability to order someone donating how to do it. They don't. And secondly, so the second paragraph, that whereas the Maine Township Board at that time and through the present had and has continued to have substantial funds in reserve, which were then paid by the residents of Maine Township previous to the establishment of said GoFundMe page, and which taxpayer monies continue to accrue, as if taxpayer money was being used on this. It isn't. It has never, ever been used for the food pantry. So, number one is completely out of bounds. I don't know what it's trying to say. I don't know if, and I, think John Moran can talk for himself, but it makes it appear that somebody's accusing him of malfeasance, and or me, and to turn a really great thing, because what we need at the food pantry in the last 3 weeks to a month is food, not money. We got a ton of monetary donations, which again, as I said, this line item is totally funded by donations, not by taxpayer money. The GoFundMe page that John Moran, from the goodwill of his heart, set up to, when I asked him, the first paragraph makes it sound like, oh, the supervisor sought money donations from private citizens and with their assistance established a GoFundMe page. Not true at all. John Moran established the GoFundMe page. And so the word intergovernmental, you know, because he's in a government, I'm in a government, but he isn't using any portion of Park Ridge government at all. And so what he does is if somebody wants to, you know, they send, as Dana will say, you know, that we get so many people asking, how can they donate, right? And we give them all options. And a lot of people don't want to leave their house, right? But then there's like a bunch of people who volunteer to go shopping. And you're private citizens. It's a website on Park Ridge called It Takes a Village. I don't know who John uses. We don't, you know, that's not our, you know, all I know is that.
Laura, we've got John on here.
There's no motion pending. The motion has to be read by me into the record.
No.
It has to be seconded. And then that could be part of your discussion. But you're going on and on with nothing before the board right now. There's nothing on the table.
Well, I'm making a statement as is my.
I want to make a motion to adopt resolution number 2020.
No, I'm sorry. I'm ruling you out of order. I'm making a statement. And I already said that. And I'm correcting the inaccuracies that, number 2. And I think we can reach common ground on that. I have no problem whatsoever in, you know, matching whatever they raised to give to the social service agencies. But it is ironic that back in December, the social service agencies money was brought down by you and Trustee Sweeney, the average. Yep. Now, I'm not, no, I'm not done.
Right.
I'm not done. Finally, I would also like to say that if we did match the money, we cannot dictate to the agencies how they spend it. We have a contract with the agencies.
There's nothing in there that says that.
Yes, there is.
All right, let me read it into the record. Let's do
no,
this.
hang on. I, as the chief executive officer, can make a statement. And I'm
How does
going.
this follow parliamentary procedure?
No, I'm going to make a statement.
Dave put this as an agenda item.
No, it doesn't matter. It's on the agenda. I control the agenda.
I just don't understand. This is not.
Again,
following.
I appreciate no.
CEO doesn't mean you dictate to us, Laura.
I'm not dictating to you. Okay, please stop interrupting.
You're supposed to follow Robert's rules.
I'm asking for parliamentary procedure. Point of order.
Yeah, okay.
Point of order.
That's so funny coming from you, Susan.
So what
That's
is
hysterical.
highly ironic
I don't get the
is
humor.
that
There's nothing funny about it.
what is
Yeah,
highly
it's hysterical
ironic.
coming
All
from
right,
you.
everybody, again, I'm not done. What I would like when Dave, after Dave and Susan make this motion, I would like to know, are you, saying John Moran's lying? Are you saying he's pocketing the money and going on a
And I think it's
world
very
tour?
unfair that you're putting those words in any of our
Well,
mouths.
You don't have the right to dictate how a private citizen, which, by the way, if you look at the GoFundMe page, is already states. So I was hoping, Dave, here's why I wanted to make the statement. I was hoping you would withdraw paragraph
Poisoning the well is what we call it in court.
And you know what? Again, I would, I try not to interrupt you, and I've been very good this meeting. And so it's like, this is so, in my opinion, first of all, not accurate. Secondly, not legal for the first part. Number two.
Clarify what's not accurate then,
Yes.
You
It
started with the
was
first
not
paragraph, and what-
620 boxes from Meltzer, 620 items.
Okay, they call it a box on that website, I think, you give goods.
It's a huge.
It's called that. Technically it is. So whatever, that's.
All right.
What else?
And then it also said that I helped him establish a GoFundMe page. Completely wrong.
There's no reference to John Moran.
First of all, it
That is
says
totally, I think I should read this as we have adopted Robert's
it
rules.
says,
I
and with
think you're
their
violating Robert's
assistance,
rules.
I'm going to just
I
talk
should be
over you
I should
because
be able to present the motion, read it into the record, have it seconded, and then we attach all this that you just
so
part of this.
I'm doing that.
And there's no way I'm putting down John Moran. There's no way.
Well, he's the only one that did a GoFundMe page.
John Moran's name's not even on here. What's the matter with you?
Okay. So
That's so disrespectful, Dave.
I would like, I'm going to mute you if you keep interrupting me. And I'm going to have Carrie Lynn speak to this. And I can address what the resolution is. I put on the agenda that it was requested by you. And by the way, only one person needs to, do an agenda item. We passed that policy. So please, I beg of you, stop seconding agenda items. We don't need
There were times that I put agenda items on that did not get on.
That was years ago. I mean, before we passed those policies.
Okay.
And I'm not going to
What else do you have an issue with, Laura? Can we just get, because it's almost 11.
Yeah, the issue I have is all of paragraph 1. I'd like to have withdrawn, and then Dave can read it in the record. And I want to know the impetus. And paragraph 2, you cannot dictate, since we have a current contract with each agency, to the extent that you are saying they have to use it exclusively for Corona. And I will let Carrie Lynn speak to that after Dave, reads this into the record.
And what paragraph does it say that they have to exclusively use it for coronavirus?
Okay, section 2. The Maine Township Board shall determine the amount of funds so generated by the GoFundMe page referenced herein above. That said amount is to be matched and distributed to the 501c3 charities funded by the board in December, proportionately, based upon the percentage of the total funds awarded to each said 501c3 charity, thereby immediately and within the next 30 days from the date of the passing to each said charity, thereby, from the passing of this resolution, with the funds
By the Maine Township Board and make that a period. By the Maine Township Board, then make that a period. Make that a period, strike out the rest. By the Maine Township Board, make that a period, strike out the rest. The 620 boxes is right off the tape. If you want to,
No, you guys said it.
Is
No,
fine.
you guys said it. It was 620 items.
So now let me read the motion into the record with those changes. I move to adopt resolution number 2020-3, a resolution dollar for dollar matching funds for emergency corona relief. Whereas on April 9th, 2020, during a special set board meeting, after the board concluded the items listed on the agenda for said meeting, that was the passing of 2 coronavirus-related policies, duly amended and then voted upon, parenthesis, see video marker 30:20 of the meeting, end parenthesis. The board supervisor presented to the board, quote, with no action required, end of quote, that for the first time ever, the Maine Township Food Pantry, quote, ran out of food, end of quote, comma. Confirmed that the Maine Township Food Pantry had received 2 hours prior a substantial food donation from Meltzer School District 63, parenthesis, 620 plus items, end parenthesis, comma, and announced that the supervisor had sought money donations from private citizens and with their assistance established a GoFundMe page for Maine Township with the funds to be used to purchase food for the Maine Township Food Pantry, as Maine Township was not able to establish a GoFundMe page directly, period. Whereas the Maine Township Board at that time and through into the present has, and continues to have substantial funds in reserve due to the levying of taxes, which were then paid by the residents of Maine Township previous to the establishment of the said GoFundMe page and collection, and which taxpayer monies continue to accrue. Whereas thereafter, the coronavirus pandemic caused a significant growth in challenges to 501c3 charitable institutions and 501c3 food pantries who've presented themselves as in need of money and not having money reserves to purchase food and other sundries, and to otherwise have the monies needed to pay for such emergency necessities. Whereas thereafter, the coronavirus pandemic has caused other and numerous challenges, including the loss of jobs and employment, as both the local and overall economies have now gone through an extended period of a shutdown as a result of this now ongoing pandemic, with reported resulting major financial stress and challenges to persons and families, including widespread loss of jobs, extensive unemployment, and lack of ability to obtain employment, significant increases in alcohol, prescription medications, and illicit drug use and abuse, and so forth. Such challenges of which the Maine Township Board has historically sought to provide assistance to residents of Maine Township by way of paying out certain monies to certain 501c3 charitable institutions, the last selection of, and the decision of the amount of funding to be paid to each such agency and provider from Maine Township funds having been decided upon by the Maine Township Board in December 2019. Whereas thereafter, the coronavirus pandemic has reached proportions whereby it is anticipated that further outbreaks of illness will result with similar challenges to Maine Township residents to arise therefrom, and that at this time, there is no vaccine applicable to this virus. Whereas the Maine Township Board, now looking back on the establishment of the GoFundMe account and the monies generated thereby, and which continue to be received thereby, and all that has taken place as a result of the coronavirus in and about the residents of Maine Township, including the period commencing after the April 9, 2020 special meeting to the present, and looking to anticipated further challenges arising for Maine Township residents, including that as noted above, has decided it best for the money so raised through the GoFundMe page aforesaid, and which continue to be so raised by the GoFundMe page account, are to be utilized and applied to the purchasing of emergency food relief for the Maine Township Food Pantry, and that in addition thereto, each dollar raised by the GoFundMe account aforesaid is to be matched by the Maine Township Board from the Maine Township government accounts funds held in reserve, dollar for dollar, and with these matching funds to then be distributed to the 501c3 aforesaid charities so funded by the Maine Township Board in December of 2019 as supplemental funds for the providing of these additional services and assistance aforesaid to Maine Township residents for such needs present and future. Now therefore be it resolved by the Board of Trustees of Maine Township as follows. Section 1, that the monies raised and which will be raised in the future by the GoFundMe page and account aforesaid is to be and is to continue to be utilized and applied exclusively for the purchase of emergency food relief for the Maine Township Food Pantry resulting from the present coronavirus pandemic. Section 2, that the Maine Township Board shall determine the amount of funds so generated by the GoFundMe page referenced here and above, that said amount is to be matched and distributed to the 501c3 charities funded by the board in December of 2019, proportionally based upon the percentage of the total funds awarded to each said 501c3 charity, thereby immediately and within the next 30 days from the date of the passing of this resolution by the Maine Township Board.
Well, originally, it also said with the funds
Do
to
I
be
have a
utilized
second?
by each
Second.
such entity
And I would make one other
exclusively
modification
for
though.
supplemental emergency coronavirus assistance.
It's not part of the resolution. And if you had a problem with that, you could have contacted me. I had this out for 2 weeks. And now you go ahead and you put this. You
Dave,
do this
you
while
sent
I'm
it to
attacking
me
John
2
Moran.
days
There's
ago.
a second, but there's a modification.
Yes, just on page 1, Melzer's misspelled. There's no T. MELER.
So
I don't understand
didn't
why
say.
only Laura has to
And I
follow
want to thank
party
the Melcher School
rules, but you
District.
two can
The
interrupt
Melcher School
or
All right,
talk
so
to
are you
everybody.
seconding this, Susan?
Yes.
Okay. Having a motion in a second, I'd like Carrie Lynn to address this.
Thank you. So there's a couple of legal problems with this. First of all, in section 1, it says the money that is raised and that will be raised by this GoFundMe page, which is not controlled by the township, has to be given to purchase emergency food for Maine Township. We cannot dictate or control how the GoFundMe page uses its money. If you want to reword this to say the money that they give to the township will be used exclusively for that, that's fine. But we can't say any money that fund raises has to be given to us. We can't do that. And even passing a governmental resolution can't do that. So that's the
Because
first
our
problem.
charities need these funds. They need them now. And I've been on the street. I know what goes on, not only in Maine Township. So I'm gonna concur with you. I'm gonna concur with you. And we could delete section.
Now all of a sudden you're for the charities. Hilarious.
Delete section 1. So I will make the motion with.
Okay,
But wait,
you'll
wait,
delete section 1?
Hold
Yeah,
on.
wait, there's more problems with this, okay?
Yeah, there are. Keep
The
going,
second
Carrie Lynn.
problem is, okay, so let's just talk about social service agency funding. Trustee Hirota, I'll figure out a way to help you legally do what you want to do, but it's not this way, okay? Because what we're saying in section 2 is that the people that we gave social service agency contracts to, we have a contract for each of them for us that they provide certain services for a certain dollar amount that we've given them. Some of them, so what, we can't just go to them and say, we're going to give you more money and now you have to use that for COVID. Some of them, then that changes their scope of social services. That's not the way to do it. if we, I mean, we would need to get new contracts with each of them, defining what they're going to do for the additional revenues that we're doing.
I deleted that portion that said it has to be used for COVID.
Right.
All right, and you're deleting section 1?
Yes.
So we're giving them additional funds, so we would have to give them.
We have $12.8 million in savings. We have to support.
I don't have any problem matching.
We have to match dollar for dollar.
But we
John
can't
Moran
dictate
forward,
how they
and
spend it.
John Moran came
dictating how they
forward,
spend it.
and he's answering the need. We need to answer the need as a governmental body. And the way we answer the need with that governmental body, we do dollar for dollar matching. We do it in charities all the time. The Knights of Columbus, which I'm a PGK, we do it all the time.
Okay, but townships can't make charitable donations. That's the first problem. The
Sure.
way that we give money to charities is to give them social service contracts to provide services. So, I mean, I know you guys
mandated then, we have to have a contract in order for them to receive money? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, we cannot just give money to charities. So, I mean, it's
So the
very
fact that
easy.
we have a contract in place and.
So then I would modify to say, following our legal advice, I would modify to say that the dollar for dollar matching funds get set aside, and then we go ahead and put together the distribute, whatever happens next.
Well, Carrie Lynn, okay, so here's my suggestion. First of all, when you read this, it can come off very insulting. And I don't know if John Moran is on, but you know.
I never insult John Moran. This is dollar for dollar matching. I'm showing the foundation.
I understand, but
what I'm using for dollar for dollar matching.
Dave,
I'm showing
thank you for taking out the first.
John Moran.
And we absolutely, I don't have a problem with the second paragraph if we use their existing contract. You know, when you start talking, when you start talking, some of these agencies get like $500. So, you know, we're not gonna be able, you know, to do an additional contract. So they get to spend it, according to what Carrie Lynn advised, how they spend it.
So we modify paragraph 2, where paragraph 2 says that it's set aside for future determination as to how we can complete the transfer of funds.
Why don't you just make a motion? I mean, we don't need a resolution for this. Just make a motion that, and do you want to do a dollar for dollar match, or do you just want to say, we're going to allocate $30,000? Because it would be a lot easier.
Dollar for dollar match.
Can somebody please let John Moran speak? He's here and he's trying to say something. He's the one that actually started the GoFundMe page. I think it would be nice to hear from him.
I would like John Moran to
speak. And I'm talking to our attorney, and I have the floor. And I want to do dollar for dollar matching that gives a foundation as to where, because we're going to continue to raise money for the food pantry, and I want to match it dollar for dollar. That would be the foundation of the dollar amount. And I
don't have any problem with it, but I think that you need to work with Carrie Lynn on the language.
The language could be, as far as paragraph 2 is concerned.
I think that instead of doing this at 11:02, that exactly like you requested on these budgets, we get it all put together. How Carrie Lynn
they need this money now. They need the money now. We can't have this delay.
We can make a motion.
Claire's had her hand up for the last 5 minutes.
We can make a motion to do.
Can Claire add to her?
Trustee McKenzie.
I raised my hand on the little participant thing too, but I'm just trying to wrap my head around this, okay? You know that I am all about these agencies getting funded. We had budgeted $500,000. We had the same surplus then that we do now. We decided, all of us individually, how much to apportion to them. Now, I totally am 100% behind taking our surplus and using it for our food pantry shortage. And thank you, John Moran. That was brilliant and very, very kind of you. And the overwhelming response was heartwarming and made me believe in our community that much more. So thank you. But I don't understand why we're going to complicate our agency funding. We had the opportunity to fund them at our budgeted amount. That's done. Like, we can make up for that next year. Why are we going to complicate that? Why don't we just match? If we want to do the matching, let's send the money to our own food pantry, which is also in dire need.
I'm good with that too. I didn't
My
propose this.
answer to that is this. My answer to that is this, okay? How do you get this money to the people that need above and beyond the food pantry? There's an awful lot more of need, and the need is right now. The chemical dependency problem is huge. What's happened since December 2019 is the pandemic. It went from a virus to a pandemic. This is a huge change.
It's still a virus.
They need these funds, and we have it. All I'm saying is, we always do, you know, you have charities where, hey, look, if you'll donate $50, we have a silent contributor that's going to match it. So your 50 is $100. We do it all the time. I want a dollar for dollar match when it comes to whatever the amount is. Let's say it raises $50,000. We match it dollar for dollar and give that money to the charities to do the work that we brought them on board to do, because they are way overburdened more than back in December 19. The need is extremely, extremely urgent. And I've been everywhere. I've even been in court today in the Rolling Meadows Courthouse on a bond hearing. And I see it. I see it all around me, the need. So these charities can do it. And these charities are trustworthy. And these charities, we've given them our trust. And they've earned our trust. So I'm just saying, we dollar for dollar match. I'm not here to get into fights. I'm not here to insult anybody.
Well,
I'm not here to be a jerk. I'm here to get dollar for dollar matching of the 50,000. Maybe we'll raise 75,000.
No. First of all, it's
go to our
21,000. Second of all, I'd
sorry?
like to let John Moran talk.
I don't know. All right. I don't have there's already an agreement that we do dollar for dollar matching. That's great. So let's do it. But let's do it now. I want to do it by way of my resolution. My resolution, by deleting that sentence in section 2, just says that we're going to do it. Then how we do it, we can get.
But I agree with Claire. And like,
I agree with Claire too. Exactly.
Okay. December. You guys lowered the total.
That was December of 2019. This is April of 2020.
Doesn't matter.
The pandemic started in February and in March.
I'm sorry.
People are out there.
Her hand up first, and then Trustee McKenzie, and then I think John Moran wanted to talk. I got a request for participation. All right, Trustee Jones.
Okay. First of all, I want to thank John Moran. I think it's wonderful, and I agree with Claire McKenzie that it is so heartwarming. And you know, there are churches that are giving, collecting food pantry items. I carried 2 bags down the street to my neighbors who are collecting. But you know, the reality is, when we gave away $500,000 to these charities, the last 2 years, Trustee Carabotta and Trustee Sweeney lowered the amount of the contribution so much that to intentionally reduce the curve, to reduce the average, so that we paid charities less than normal. So, you know, this whole pandemic argument is kind of wearing thin. You know, you mentioned it probably 100 times tonight, and a lot of your arguments really fall flat.
And are insulting to use a pandemic. I apologize. All right.
Yeah, and Trustee McKenzie is correct. Our reserves have been, you know, very fat for several years. This is really the wrong word. And you go on and on and on, you and Trustee Sweeney, about how much money we have in reserves. And yet, when you had the opportunity for the last 3 years to give charities more money, you two decided to go cheap. You constantly gave the least amount of money as you possibly could to change the average, to bring the average down so that we gave them less. So this is all really disingenuous on your part. And I think, you know, at 11:08, we ought to let John Moran speak because he's the one that's charitable. He's the one that's done the work. He's the one that should get the credit, if there's any credit, not this ridiculous proposition that you put
First of
forth.
all, I think we are very grateful to all the residents that have been extremely
Absolutely.
generous. So there's no implication here that there is not a very grateful, you know, appreciation for this because there's people really want to.
I'm sorry, Trustee McKenzie had her hand up before you did. So Trustee McKenzie.
So, I mean, maybe we can cut to the chase. I think that we're all saying that we would like to match dollar for dollar. I don't think anybody objects to that from what I can hear. But, you know, I equate this to when we were trying to figure out if we could give a refund of the surplus to our residents and how much that administrative cost would be. And I think it would be the same for a proportionate amount to the agencies. I say if we're going to do this matching or giving of additional funds, whether it be to the food pantry, Maine Township food pantry, or if we do want to give more money to the agencies for COVID or for whatever we are saying we want to do, then let's make a motion to do it. I mean, it has nothing to do with the GoFundMe page, and it shouldn't be tied to the GoFundMe page. I mean, whatever the amount is, let's make it the amount. I mean, I don't want to be out there, whatever the GoFundMe does that we're going to have to do. Let's make a decision. We're going to, you know,
Well,
if
how
we
much
want
is-
to.
How much is the GoFundMe generated?
What?
Again, like,
How much is the GoFundMe
all right,
generated?
like, I'm going to recognize John Moran. Is John, he had requested to participate, to speak on this agenda item. Are you still there?
I think I am.
Okay. All right. Go ahead. And by the way, we all thank you.
So yeah, no problem at all. The reason I hung out and stuck around for the end of this meeting is primarily one, the portion that was stricken as it was deemed illegal. I took offense to, and basically everybody else I've read it to in my circle has taken offense to it and can't believe that was it Trustee Sweeney and Trustee Carabota would take something that I did out of the goodness of my heart and help people who were stuck in their homes do some good for other people and turn it into a "we don't trust you" type of accusation. I took it that way and don't appreciate it at all. But more importantly, as I've listened to this conversation evolve, you know, the dollars raised, where is the correlation between the dollars raised on the GoFundMe page and the need that your other agencies are going to have? I fail to see. I see it as Trustee Carabota jumping on the coattails of the GoFundMe momentum.
I can explain it.
To try to look like, excuse me.
Exactly.
I can explain it.
And
that is what Trustee McKenzie has been saying.
Because we do it.
Let the man speak.
We do it in charities. We do it in charities all the time.
And I understand, but in those charities, Trustee Carabota, the dollar for dollar match is known to the donors when the campaign kicks off. If that had been the case here, maybe we would have raised more.
Yeah, it could have raised more. That's true.
You interrupt way more than anybody I've ever met in my life. Can I please finish? I would like this not to be connected because one, I don't see the need correlation between your other agencies and this campaign. And then secondly, I mean, I went out and found companies to donate in-kind funds. Did I get... Somebody's got a microphone on.
Who's got a microphone?
Should we get a cash value for all the in-kind donations I've had people go out that were shopping and donated out of their own good. They didn't put it through the campaign because they didn't want GoFundMe to
Okay,
take care
I'm
of it.
sorry. Somebody's got to turn off their.
There we go. Is that better?
Okay. Yeah.
But there's been a lot of either personal in-kind donations that have come in out of a result of the publicity the GoFundMe spread. There have been corporate donations that were in-kind out of that. Those aren't being factored into this. It looks like you're trying to leech off of the publicity this has generated in the most minimum way possible. And I don't appreciate it at all.
John,
It isn't the reason for people to donate.
it's hurtful, John. That's hurtful.
How do you?
That's what
Very
it
grateful for the
said.
donations.
John has a question for me. What was your question? What was your
How
question?
do you? The amount raised roughly between $22,000 and $23,000, not counting any in kind. How do you know that that is enough? You just said that since December 31st, this has been. It went from, I forget what you said, a hoax to a pandemic or whatever you said. But
It was never a hoax. It went from a virus to a pandemic.
got it. Okay, so from a virus,
Right.
but
we
and
are,
this
we
is
are
going to
very
put.
comfortable. We're very comfortable where we live, John. But you answered the need anyway, and
So-
we are very fat. I do agree. And
So
I want
my-
to. I figured.
Can
that
you let him finish?
I'm answering John's question.
I didn't
figured,
finish my
John,
He hasn't finished.
if you raised 50,000, let's then match it by the township's savings. If you raised 100,000,
Why? No. Why is
we
it
could-
connected?
we call it the John Moran matching. We match all the time in charities, all the time.
I just.
But this isn't that.
Yes,
my
it is.
question-
It exactly is.
Let
No,
John
it
finish. Let
isn't.
John finish.
Go ahead.
So my question for you, Trustee Carabota, is how do you emphasize the need? And I agree with you 100% that there is a tremendous need. It's an immediate need. But how do you know that the solution to meet that need is capped at dollar for dollar matching of what's raised through this campaign?
If you look at this, there's no cap. I'm not saying it's a cap. I'm
It's
trying to
not
come up with
ours.
a dollar amount, and I'm trying to come up with a way to get the money to the people in need.
So
that
this
there's
is
no cap, and it does not solve the problem.
so
Does
this
not
is
solve the
not
problem.
so. But if the GoFundMe if that stops, we hit 25,000 and we stop because the donations start to run dry. I'm too busy. I've got other things going on in my life. I just can't put the time and effort into it. You're not saying that you would cap any general assistance donations on behalf of the township. You would continue to fund as long as the need is there, whether I raise the money or not.
Right.
Okay.
Well, then why
And I don't
is
understand why it has to
But
be
here's the
that's-
thing. We need to come up with, that's all good, and John, you're correct, but they need some relief right now. And I
But it
think
has-
your relief that you came up with, if our board can reach into its savings and match it and give it to the charities. If we don't want to give it to the charities, John, however we can get it to the people in need, the charities will provide the services.
That has nothing to do
Because
with John Moran.
I'm representing these people, and I'm in a bond hearing today involving just this very same situation. A man out of work who's a roofer, and there's a question about whether or not he abused alcohol, and he had a car accident and took out 2 light poles. So the need is there. You face that need. You address that need. I'm just trying to come up with a dollar amount, how we come up with it,
Okay.
show how we have the money, and then how we distribute it.
It has nothing to do with the GoFundMe page.
And so I wanted to match it dollar for dollar, or $2 for every dollar,
All right,
$3
here's
for every
a
dollar.
solution. And it would take much shorter, I think Carrie Lynn would agree, that if you want to do that, and I'm not, like our team, that we make a motion to increase our social service funds 20%. No reference to GoFundMe. It has nothing to do. I might as well make a reference to Metzger or Meltzer, whatever. Or You Give Goods. It has nothing to do with them.
So that would be 80,000.
whatever you want. I mean, I'm not, like, we like Carrie Lynn.
Yeah, I think in order to get things to them more quickly, the problem with dollar to dollar is we have to wait for the dollars to come in. So let's say one day we get $1,000. What are we going to do? We're going to allocate that amount.
And we get food. John gets food for us, not dollars.
I'm not talking about John. I'm talking about getting the funds to the charities and how we come up with the
But
dollars.
that's why you got to disassociate it from the GoFundMe page.
I don't know why. I mean, we could say that we go, if John said it's 25,000, let's make it 25, 30,000. That's fine. Let's just do it.
Yeah.
Right, but it has nothing. Okay, Carrie Lynn, can you explain to Dave why it has nothing to do with the GoFundMe page?
I'm sorry,
I think what he's trying to do is he wants to get the charities funded as soon as possible. And just, I mean, it's a good incentive to try to tie it to a charity, but I think the fastest thing to do would say, we're going to increase everybody, we're going to give them 7% more or 10% more or 20 or whatever your dollar amount is, just so we know how much we're giving to each charity. If you come back next month and the GoFundMe page has raised $70,000 and you want to change your number, then say, okay, let's allocate another $30,000 or whatever. But the fastest way to get them the checks in the quickest way would be to make a motion like that tonight.
So I would say to make a motion that we pay an additional 10% off each 501c3 provider in supplement to what was paid to them already to perform the contractual services based on the challenges caused by this pandemic.
To be spent pursuant to their existing contract.
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect. I'll second that.
Carrie Lynn, thank you. I appreciate that.
If that is meets I want no reference to GoFundMe.
I said what the motion is. Do I have a second?
No, it's good. It's good.
Second. Let's go.
No, I already seconded it.
But
Good.
I'm seconding it based on the contract that we need to modify. So we have to
No, we're not modifying any contract. We have individual contracts, and many of these agencies only get $500. And what Claire was saying is a very well taken point, and that was my point. In Dave's original thing, it was proportional. So let's say Miracle House, for example, I mean, honestly, you can't say, we want you to do this for COVID.
No, we took that out and we're keeping the percentages, we're keeping the distribution the same if it's based on Carrie Lynn's idea and John's comments is if we make it just a 10%, they all get 10%, it's going to be a fantastic, it's going to keep all the percentages the same anyway.
But 10% of
what they received under the December 2019 distribution.
Everyone gets 10% more.
Yeah.
10% more.
Another 40,000. We're close to that.
Yeah.
Okay. And lucky for you, we reduced that budget 100
by 40.
30. Well, originally it was 130,
right.
And now with this new health care,
it's down 48,000. Perfect.
But I do take Claire's point, and I really to use this pandemic.
Can we vote on the motion without bringing up my Sicilian?
Okay, so the motion, I'm okay with that motion. So I seconded it. Is there any we're going to do 10% of what we gave them in December, no strings attached, original contract, and to spend according to their original contract, because we can't force them to change contracts midstream. That's going to be way too much administrative work.
Too much time.
Are you okay with that?
Supervisor Morass, what exactly are we voting on here? Are we keeping the resolution in or?
No.
We're making the motion, yeah, making the motion.
You're taking, so that's what I was hoping you would do, is withdraw the resolution and we'll just do this motion.
That's perfect.
Okay, so you made the motion, I seconded it. It's 20% of
10%.
10%.
10%.
10?
10 is.
I thought you said 20.
That's gonna be like 40 grand. And based upon what John said, I think that's ballpark so far where it's, even though John.
No, it has nothing to do with GoFundMe.
Yeah, but I think John's gonna raise a lot more than that. But
No, okay.
He's gonna rock because these people are generous.
No, it's based on our December amounts.
Right, 10%,
Okay.
40 grand,
Okay.
like 46,000, something like that.
So we'll figure out those amounts, and so what we're gonna vote on, Pete, is a motion to fund, to give additional funds proportionately to our social service agencies of 10% of what they got in December 2019 to be spent.
Was 436,096. So do you want to make it 43,609?
Whatever.
10%. Just make it 10%.
10%. Just say 10, because Dave,
Carrie Lynn's idea is so simple. It's so simple.
Right. And so I want her to talk to you or me, and that's why I'm very glad you withdrew this. I was,
But let's vote on it because I don't want to get upset again. Because
All right.
there are accusations here.
Is everybody well, it was a rather.
I don't want to get into that. I just want to vote. I call vote.
I understand you don't want to get into that, but
because it's not true.
Let's just call the vote.
Clerk, does anybody have any further discussion? Wait, we need an original motion to withdraw the resolution.
Motion to withdraw the resolution.
Second. Okay. Clerk Gialamas, can you take the roll on that?
Supervisor Marask?
Yes.
Trustee Jones? You're muted, Trustee Jones.
Oh. Yes.
Trustee McKenzie?
Yes.
Trustee Carabota?
Yes.
Trustee Sweeney?
Yes.
Okay. And we've already made the motion that Dave made to take 10% of the funds we gave in December 2019 proportionately to our social service agency and to spend according to their existing contracts. And I seconded it, and that's what we're voting on. Clerk Gialamas, can you call that roll?
Supervisor Marask?
Yes.
Trustee Jones?
Yes.
Trustee McKenzie? You're muted, Trustee McKenzie.
Oh, you're muted. You have to unmute yourself.
Little arrow. Okay.
There we go.
There you go.
Okay.
Trustee Carabota?
Yes.
Trustee Sweeney?
Yes.
All right.
And thank you to the board.
All right. Now, I'm going to, there being no closed session, I am going to make and John, I just really want to thank you because what we needed more than anything was shoppers and food. Because I just want everybody to know the problem is we normally order in bulk, but nobody is letting us do that. So John came up with this brilliant idea of putting together volunteers that go to stores and drop off carloads of food. Because food is needed more than money. We have in the past week approximately $15,000 of donations. So, so Clerk Gilamas, did we call this roll? Oh, motion to adjourn.
All in favor?
Aye.
We're waiving elected official reports, I guess, right?
Oh, okay.
I
I
mean,
forgot about that. Never mind. Okay, I'm waiving. All right, well, I'm going to go from Susan Moylan Cry's report. And I would appreciate everybody waiving their report. I mean, I have a lot to report, but I'm going to move to table the reports.
Second.
Having a motion and a second, Clerk Gilamas, call the roll.
Supervisor Marask?
Yes.
Trustee Jones?
Yes.
Trustee McKenzie?
Yes.
Trustee Carabota?
Yep.
Trustee Sweeney?
yes.
All right. And Dana already put her thing in there. The attorney has no report, and we have no closed session. And now I'm going to make a motion to adjourn.
Everybody in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Good night.
Good night, everybody.
We really